Like, so, but I don't want to go through the votes. You know what? In the future.
So the ones that didn't have the. Is there any opening for here?
So,
Are you saving that?
yeah, so I. Did you see the,
Yeah. We're gonna go in the other room.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, don't come over here. Right. Go ahead.
We'll see.
Or Tuesday? No. No.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to call our meeting to order. Can you please stand for the pledge? This meeting is being recorded and live streamed through the Limerick Township YouTube page, youtube.com/Limerick Township 1726. We did have an executive session prior to on legal matters. And before us tonight, we do have some housekeeping of the bills that we need to go through. So I have a bills list number 14, July 21st, 2026. Of $960,392.45. Do I have a motion to approve the bills list?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have board comment? Do I have public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, now we're going to move into the conditional use hearing -04, MCD 7. I'm calling to order the continued public hearing of conditional use application 25-4 filed by MCD 7 LLC. Thank you to everyone for joining us tonight, both here in the room and watching on home on YouTube. We recognize the time and preparation that our community and staff are committed to the process. It's important to remind everyone that we are all neighbors, and I recognize that emotions and opinions are high. But we have a job to do here this evening, and that is to conduct tonight's hearing in a fair, orderly, and respectful manner. This is a formal quasi-judicial proceeding governed by the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. The board's responsibility is to hear the testimony, allow appropriate cross-examination, ask questions, and to build a complete and accurate record upon which decisions can ultimately be made. When we concluded the June hearing, cross-examination involving AJ Magnotti III and Anthony Maris remained open. We understand that the applicant intends to make both witnesses available tonight. Our solicitor and the attorneys will establish the precise order of the witnesses' cross-examination on the record. Please treat this room as you would a courtroom. Our stenographer must be able to hear and accurately transcribe everything that is said. Please silence your phone and remain from interruption, outburst, crosstalk, and side conversations. If our stenographer cannot hear you, we cannot build an accurate record, and the proceedings will stop until we can regain order. I also want to explain how to handle tonight's schedule. The Municipal Planning Code establishes timelines and procedural requirements for conditional use hearings. The board must balance those requirements with the responsibilities to provide the applicant and all party status, with full and fair opportunity to present testimony, conduct appropriate cross-examinations, and to participate in the proceedings. To help us make a meaningful progress through the testimony while protecting everyone's procedural rights, at 9:30 tonight, we will take a 10-minute comfort break. We will then reconvene and assess where we are in the testimony and cross-examination. If we are at an appropriate stopping point, we may conclude for the evening and continue hearing on another date. If additional time would allow us to complete a witness, to finalize a cross-examination, or other meaningful portions of the proceedings, we may continue for an additional period tonight. That determination will be based upon the status of the record at the time, the applicable MPC timelines, and the need to move the hearing forward fairly and efficiently. Dr. Walraven is unable to be with us this evening due to recovery from a medical procedure. Dr. Walraven will read the transcripts after the meetings. Ms. Irwin was unavailable at our last meeting and she was away. So Ms. Irwin, have you completed the reading of the transcript from June?
I have.
Perfect. And with that said, I will be turning over the hearing to our solicitor, Rebecca Geiser.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, as many in this room are likely aware, 2 additional applications were received by the township for conditional use. I believe they are indexed at CU 2026-5 and CU 2026-6 for this applicant, MCD 7 LLC. Can you please clarify, just for the record, that these are new applications and not part of tonight's hearing?
Thank you. So that's correct. My client submitted 2 supplemental conditional use applications. They are separate, distinct, and apart from the proceedings that we're here for tonight. They relate to the same property. They're also data center applications, but they contemplate phasing the property in a slightly different way. But that is not before the board tonight, and we presume that those applications will be treated in due course under the ordinary procedures and policies of the township and the MPC.
Thank you. And Mr. Campbell, do you have any objection to Ms. Irwin again participating? I believe we said it at the beginning, but again, there are transcripts and YouTube, of course, available for any of the members.
No objection to Supervisor Irwin participating. No objection to Dr. Walraven reading tonight's transcript and participating in the future.
Thank you. And again, as Ms. Lawson said, we left off the last time where parties have now had the opportunity to review exhibits that Mr. Campbell submitted in advance. And we redirected with Mr. Magnotta. Mr. Magnotta was questioned on redirect by Mr. Campbell, and Mr. Campbell again advised that Mr. Magnotta would be available for cross. So at this point, I will go through in the same order that we've handled going through just for ease, which would be your witness and Mr. Fury, the township solicitor, conflict counsel, will be up.
Yes, thank you. I'm prepared for cross-examination, Mr. Magnotta.
Just re-swear him.
Mr. Magnotta, you remain under oath.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed then? Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Would you please display on the screen plan page 6 of 14, which is exhibit A2. Mr. Magnotta, drawing your attention to the exhibit that's shown on the screen. That shows the internal driveways of the site crossing streets. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had an opportunity to review section 184.81E of the zoning ordinance, which is generally applicable performance standards, which prohibits any development or filling of water courses. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that section, yes.
Do you need to refer to the zoning code because I have an additional copy if you need it?
Yes, I see the code.
Mr. Fury, if you can make sure to talk into the microphone, we really want to be able to make sure those residents joining us on YouTube can hear you.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you'll agree with me that the streams shown on the plan are water courses covered by section 184.81E and protected floodplain areas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they are to remain green under section 184.81 of the zoning ordinance. And the only exception in section 184.81E is for required roads.
Correct.
This plan assumes that your internal driveways are required roads. Is that correct?
Yes, at those stream crossings.
So at the June 16, 2026 meeting on pages 54 through 57 of your testimony, and I have copies if you need to refer to that, you reviewed the definition of driveway, and allow me to repeat that. Driveway, a private cartway providing vehicular access between a public street and a lot, property, or development. You recall that definition?
I recall the definition, yeah.
And you indicated that these accesses do not meet the definition of a driveway.
Correct. That's,
So looking at Exhibit A2, let me just understand. These are vehicular accesses, is that correct?
yes, correct. There
They're
is,
for vehicles.
yes, sir.
Do they also provide pedestrian access?
Could you please use a pointer? It might be
Oh,
easier for the
sorry.
board to follow.
Right. From
Thank
here to
you.
here. They would not be intended for pedestrian access, but technically somebody could walk across them.
And what about for small vehicles such as electric carts or maintenance vehicles?
Yes,
So these accesses will allow someone to drive a vehicle from Possum Hollow Road up here into the parking lot of building number 8, past building number 8, drive across the water courses and access all the other buildings on the site and their parking lots, and also out onto Lightcap. Is that correct?
correct.
And in reverse, you can come in on Lightcap, past buildings 5, 6, and 7, across the water courses, and past building 8 out onto Possum Hollow.
Correct.
And these driveways will be privately owned and not dedicated to the township.
They'll be privately owned, but I believe in this section here, they would classify as a road.
The driveways would not be open to the public for someone to drive freely through the campus,
Correct.
but they do provide access to public roads on both sides.
Correct.
So they're private cartways providing continuous vehicular access between two public streets into the
But,
development.
I'm sorry, can I correct myself?
Yep.
In this section here, where the stream crossings would be, they would not be, they're connecting to the existing cartways for the buildings, but not directly to roads.
Well, they lead, are they dead ends?
No, they would lead to them, but in this area here, they're connecting more to the cartways for each of the buildings versus directly to a street.
Okay, but using those accesses, I can get to every building on the property, every parking lot, and
Yeah.
both public streets.
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm confused about. How is that doesn't exactly meet the definition of the driveway?
So going from this, between these two areas here, you're not directly accessing a parking area. It's a cartway that's going between the two buildings, across the water courses from one side of the campus to the other.
But driveway, a private cartway providing vehicular access between a public street and a lot, property, or development. So it does provide for access to the development.
Correct.
So you also indicated that required roads was not defined in the ordinance. The property will be fenced, is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that the accesses will be controlled by gates and guardhouses?
Yes.
And as you just stated on your June 16th transcript, page 55, you said it was from going from one side of the campus to the other. Is that
correct?
But they're not dead ends, and they are part of the internal vehicular access structure on the campus between the public streets and the campus.
Correct.
So it would be reasonable for the board to conclude that these are driveways as defined by the zoning ordinance and not required roads, correct?
I do not believe that.
You're familiar with the definition of access drive in the ordinance?
No, that's the other copy.
Let me just read it to you, and then I can give you a privately owned, constructed, and maintained vehicular access from a public or private right of way to off-street parking or loading spaces. You're familiar with that?
Thanks.
Okay. Would it be reasonable for the board to conclude that these are access drives and not required routes?
I don't believe so, because it's more for internal traffic movement and for keeping the campus contiguous.
In the event the board determined that the driveway crossings are not required roads anticipated by the ordinance, you prepared a plan marked Exhibit A4, page 14 of 14, removing the driveways, but still providing for crossing by new electrical duct bank to be installed in conjunction with this project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And could you show A4, page 14 of 14? I believe that's a set. So you now removed the driveways and still providing for the crossing for electrical duct bank.
So I understand, Mr. Cruz, you're a very good lawyer. I enjoy working with him, and I understand what you're trying to do. I object to him characterizing the roads, putting the words in my client's mouth, describing it as a driveway. My client said it's a required road. So just so long as if my client says yes to something with a sentence driveway in it, it can't be construed as my client, as my witness conceding that it's a driveway. He's made clear in his opinion it's not a driveway.
That's surely understandable. I'll use the word driveway. He can use the word road if he wants.
Okay.
We can just proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry.
Yes.
And Mr. Campbell.
So this electrical duct bank will be installed. It's new. It crosses the streams between DC Building 8 and the customer substation and DC Building 7. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the concern you expressed at one point with regard to removing those driveways is that it would be more difficult to circulate around the site if the driveways were eliminated. Is that correct?
That's correct. The roadways, yes.
Right. I understand. Okay, so, but instead of designing the site to the maximum density of data center buildings, you could eliminate a couple of the buildings, such as building number 8 and another building north of the water courses, and move the logistics building and customer substation north and west so as not to require crossing of the flood. Is that correct?
Technically, it could be a design alternative. But
Were other layouts designed for this project showing less buildings and avoiding crossing the floodplain areas?
not that I'm aware of.
In your testimony on May 11th at pages 36 through 38, if you need to reference that, you indicated that the duct banks are concrete with electrical lines running through and any lines, okay, are they duct bank for electrical lines running through and crossing the floodplain? Is that correct?
Correct. Underneath the floodplain, yes.
Would there be any other lines other than electrical, for example, fiber optic?
Potential.
What other lines would run there?
So you could have the electrical duct, any utility lines. You could have duct bank, could potentially be fiber optic, depending on how it gets routed through the campus. Water lines. Sewer, probably not. That would be going out the back along Passmall Road.
How deep would the duct banks be? At what depth would be the inverted pipe?
That would depend on the DEP permits as far as how much cover they would want over top of the duct banks or any other utility.
So in your testimony on those pages during that May 11th testimony, you answered affirmatively to the question of whether the lines would run underneath the floodplain. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the lines would be constructed fully enclosed and below the floodplain and stream cross section. So access points would be, so you'd have the duct bank crossings here. Any manholes or access points would be outside that floodplain with the pipe going underneath it. And but the end result would be to reestablish the previous floodplain cross section.
So that boring would be through the soil under the stream.
Yes, but it may be trenched as well, depending on the permit allowance.
And either the trenching or the boring, but the pipes are still crossing the flood.
Correct.
And if there are any problems or maintenance required in the future, you'd have to disturb the floodplain to repair. Correct?
Correct. Under a DEP permit, yes.
In your testimony on pages 64 to 65 of May 11th transcript, you indicated that you believe that utilities are permitted to cross the water courses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on pages 57 and 58 of the June 16th transcript, you directed our attention to the general code provisions. It's not the zoning code, but the township's flood damage prevention ordinance, chapter 89. And you referenced design and construction standards for streets and utilities in any floodplain. Do you remember that testimony generally?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with me that those design and construction standards would apply only if those structures were permitted by right under the zoning ordinance or relief was granted by the zoning hearing?
Not in my interpretation of the ordinance. It is allowable. The crossings are allowable in the floodplain prevention section, as long as you get the permits are received and you get permit approval from the floodplain manager, administrator.
But that's only if not first prohibited by the zoning ordinance.
Oh, correct. It could be a condition, I guess.
Do you agree with me that there are no provisions in the zoning code allowing you to cross the water courses or the floodplain with utilities or driveways or literally any other crossing other than required roads without zoning relief?
Give me 1 second, please.
Sure, thank you.
So what I have here is section 184.81E. It says, no development, filling, piping, or diverting of such areas shall be permitted except for required roads. I believe that is part and parcel to require roadway crossings. You can do those. The pipe.
So you're saying the utilities are part of required roads?
I'm saying utilities can be along the same alignment as required roads.
If you need a variance from the zoning ordinance from section 184.81E, then your proposal as presented does not meet the criteria of the ordinance to be entitled to conditional use approval, because section 143.43, standards for conditional use approval, incorporated by the data center overlay section, you have to comply with all requirements of the zoning ordinance. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to object. It's an argument that Mr. Fury can make at a later time.
I'll withdraw the question. Thank you. Now, this issue with regard to crossing the floodplain and water courses, that also applies to the new sewer lines to be installed and crossing the stream to the south of DC Building 8. Is that correct?
Correct. There would be sewer lines coming from, sewer lines coming from each of the buildings at one point. There's an existing intercepting sewer that follows Possum Hollow Run within the floodplain.
But you're running new sewer lines.
Correct.
And new crossings.
Yes.
And even though they may be addressed in the technical provisions of the flood damage prevention ordinance, the sewer crossings first have to be permitted under zoning. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And you believe they are, and we just have a disagreement as to whether they are. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to refer to you page 37 of the May 11th, 2026 transcript. Have that readily available.
I do not, sir.
I don't intend these to be exhibits. They're just part of the transcript. But I happen to have them. Readily available. Oh, interesting. There you go. Let's just look at page 37. And the lines 4 and 5. And this is your testimony just for reference, May 11th, 2026. And it's page 37, lines 4 and 5. Your answer was the floodway cross-section won't be reestablished to the pre-development condition. You see that?
That's not correct. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Now,
You
now
said,
just to-
you said page 37?
yeah, just look at page 37, lines 4 and 5. And I just want a clarification on that.
That's incorrect. It will be reestablished.
So that was your clarification at the bottoms of 37 and 38, top of 38, that the banks of the water courses and the tributary would be restored, and you answered yes. Is that correct?
Yes, they will be restored to the precondition, or if the permit requires additional improvements, those will be made as well.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. That seemed to be inconsistent in the transcript, so I just want to clarify. But do you agree with me that section 184-81E of the zoning ordinance provides for complete prohibition of piping, even if the water course not be diverted and the floodway will not be altered and the banks restored?
I'm going to object. The section of the ordinance says what it says. We can argue and debate as to whether or not there are other provisions which need to be read in conjunction with that. Those are all legal arguments.
Let me rephrase the question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you see the reference in 81E where it says filling, piping, basically prohibited? Do you see that? Complete yes, you see that. So you agree with me? There's a complete prohibition from development, filling, and piping in the floodplain areas.
I have to go back because I believe there's other provisions in the ordinance that conflict with that determination.
Okay, so perhaps your counsel would want to redirect you. So your testimony, as I read it, was basically the crossings will not have an impact on the stream. Is that correct? Correct. But that's not the criteria under section 81, is it? It doesn't provide for you can cross a stream as long as it doesn't have an impact. It just prohibits you crossing the stream.
Say 180 or 8481E.
Yeah, 184, 81A and E, I think.
Yeah, so it's, see, this is where it's interesting. So it says are further regulated by the floodplain township's flood damage prevention ordinance. And flood damage prevention ordinance allows for utility crossing.
Okay, we're going to agree to disagree with regard to the reading of this section.
Okay.
Now, the township engineer on page 16 of the review letter dated February 12, 2026, identified a portion of the driveway near building 7 that encroaches into the floodplain. Did you address that issue?
Yes, sir.
And on what page of the plan set did you address that issue? Would that have been one of the exhibits? Would that have been A4 or A7? I think A4 is up on the screen.
It would have been, I believe, the January.
Yeah, A7 is up, but I think it incorporates that change. You made those changes in.
Yes. That would have been, that encroachment was right there. For building 8, correct? Is that the statement?
Well, no, I was talking about building 7 that encroaches. The The building doesn't, the drive-near building 7.
I think it just skirts.
Yeah. It still shows it on that plan. But you're revising the set to address that issue, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as you develop the site, do you anticipate that other utilities or infrastructure such as water supply lines, sewer lines, stormwater piping, communication lines, fiber optic lines will have to cross the water courses or flow?
Yes. Yes, there will be various utility crossings.
And has all that infrastructure piping been designed?
Not fully designed. That's typically reserved, like performed during the planning land development application process.
Right. So, well, I'm not saying the plans have to be developed to the land development approval standards or building permit standards, but do you agree with me that the plans have to be developed at this conditional use phase to demonstrate that you do not need zoning relief, as stated in section 184.43 of the ordinance?
Yeah. Yes, you need to show that you don't need zoning.
Okay, with the current level of the design plans, I'm hearing that the plans are not developed enough for you to testify that you can develop the site without zoning relief for floodplain crossings. Is that correct?
I object to the question circular. We understand the argument, but the witnesses testified there are other provisions in the ordinance which he believes allows the crossings that are contemplated. So this is legal argument.
I would agree, Mr. Fury. Can you move on?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Where are the steep slopes on this project?
There's a section of, the section of steep slopes, I believe in here and right there. I'm sorry, on the, I guess was it the Saratoga, right off, I'm sorry, Possum Hollow Road. And then on the other side where the utility switchyard is, there's a small section in there. There's a steep slopes plan that's in the application.
I understand. Thank you. I saw that in the township engineer reviewed, and you redesigned the location of some of the stormwater facilities so that they don't encroach on the steep slope area. Is that correct?
Correct.
What about the infrastructure, the stormwater piping, et cetera, that will be required in addition to the stormwater retention areas? Have you developed plans enough to determine if you will need variances of the zoning code for the stormwater infrastructure to impact the steep slope areas?
So right now the plan needs to be designed, needs to go through final grading design and stormwater management design. The basins themselves cannot be fully designed until the grading has been performed and infiltration testing can be done to evaluate the soils where those basins are planned to go. If there's issues with infiltration rates, whatnot, then you look at alternative designs such as managed release concepts, infiltration berms, other BMPs that can be utilized to manage that stormwater effectively to be in compliance with the NPDES permit for stormwater management.
But at this point, you don't know whether it will impact the steep slope areas any further.
Well, there will be no impact on the steep slopes area in the design.
You're saying you will design it so that it doesn't impact the steep slope areas.
Correct.
Now, I know that Exhibit A7, page 14 of 14, was purported to showing the Possum Hollow Road in its current condition and not relocated. You developed that plan because of questions came up at one of the hearings that said, what if Possum Hollow and the other roads are not reconfigured, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, but stay on that plan, which is A4, and it also is shown on A2. That shows a portion of Possum Hollow to be, that runs through DC Building 2 and a stormwater facility in the southwest portion. You see that? There's a red line. Yep, right there. Right there. What road is that?
I believe that's Saratoga.
Part of Saratoga? Okay. But, okay, so if you could just, so that shows that roadway running through that area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be before the roads are reconfigured.
Correct. That is the existing condition, is the Saratoga Road running through where planned building 2 is.
Now, I'll ask you to, if you could put up A7, which is 14/14 plan, developed to show compliance with the code provisions if the roads were not relocated.
Okay.
Why does it not show, why does A7 not show that portion of the existing roadway on that?
Alter. So Sanatoga Road is a state road that would go through, that's regulated by the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. This plan shows where Possum Hollow Road would not need to be relocated or altered to develop the site.
But it assumes that Sanatoga is relocated.
Correct.
So if Sanatoga is not relocated, the plan still would not work, right?
The plan as shown would not work for that one building that would be encroached upon. But again, Sanatoga Road is a PennDOT road.
And you said that if Possum Hollow was not vacated, the only effect of the plan would be that you would have to adjust the linear dimensions of building number 8. That was on page 59 of your June 16th testimony. And
That is correct.
that? Yeah.
Yes.
So what were the linear adjustments to building 8, and are they shown on A7?
I do not know the actual dimension number. It's if you to compare. Let's see, what building is that? So I think building 6 was shown on this plan was the same size, or building 8 was the same size as building 6. It is now the same size as building 7 as shown on this plan.
Okay, so you reduced the size of the building.
Yes, sir.
So am I correct that if Possum Hollow, even if it's relocated and the portion vacated, that relocation would be south of the logistics building, and the section of Possum Hollow in front of the logistics building will remain in that. The red line,
Please.
just below 8.
Can you repeat that? I just want to
Sure. If Possum Hollow is relocated and vacated, all the roads are relocated.
Mhm.
That relocation would be south of the logistics building. The section of Possum Hollow in front of the logistics building where the main entrance is, and up in there, that remains the same, right?
Correct. Yes.
What's the measurement of the right-of-way of Possum Hollow Road that you show on the plans?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I believe it's
If I
30
suggest,
some feet.
oh, yeah, okay, good. If I suggested to you the township engineer scaled your PDF and determined that you're showing a 33-foot right-of-way, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Why did you show a 33-foot right-of-way? Is that the existing legal right-of-way?
Yes. Well, that was probably a result of the Alta survey that was prepared.
And Exhibit A7, which is on the board now, yes, that now shows a parking area for the logistics building because you showed no parking for logistics building previously, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the Table 3 of the Subdivision and Land Development Ordinance with regard to the right-of-way, the ultimate right-of-ways for local roads?
I've seen it, but I can't recall the number. Yes, please.
This is all part of the privilege. So this is on the Subdivision and Land Development Ordinance. This is the Table 3 with regard to road ultimate right-of-way roads. You know, it's kind of small. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay.
Well, do you agree with me that Possum Hollow is a local road? It's not listed.
Oh, all of their streets except for subdivision
Right.
streets.
So Possum Hollow will be a local.
Okay.
Okay. And that requires a 50-foot ultimate right.
Carway 30 feet, 50-foot ultimate.
So the building setbacks of section 18476 7B6 data center standards and as well as 184, which incorporates 184-170, governing the heavy industrial district, all provide for 50-foot building setback and 30-foot setbacks to parking and driveway areas, all to be measured from the ultimate right-of-way, right?
I believe, yes,
Yeah, in your revised zoning table on sheet 1, that shows the same.
yes.
So, but if you're only showing a 33-foot right-of-way for Possum Hollow, rather than the required 50-foot and 30-foot, 50-foot ultimate right-of-way, then the 50-foot building setback and the 30-foot setback to parking and driveway areas around the logistic building are actually encroaching, as you show on this plan, encroaching into those setbacks. You see that?
So I believe the existing, and I have to check the plan, but the existing right of way for Possum Hollow is 30 feet. The table requires the 50 foot. Is that correct?
Right. So if you were to show a 50-foot ultimate right of way and then calculate the building setback and the parking and driveway setbacks right in that area of Possum Hollow, that's remaining. Okay, it's not going to change.
So I'd have to look at the plans, but the setback was provided from the currently established ultimate right of way of that road.
No, I think it was established from the currently established legal right, not the ultimate. Because you said it was showing, you showed it about 30 to 33 feet.
Okay. I have to take a look. Now it is, I mean, it would be 25 feet foot offset from the center line of the road. So it's not 50 feet into the property.
No, I understand that.
Mhm.
It's 50-foot ultimate right of way, and then you got a 50 feet building setback and 30 feet parking. So the township engineer's review letter of February 12th indicated on page 15 that impervious and building coverages were calculated on the gross acreage rather than the net acreage. Have you recalculated that?
Yes.
Where are those numbers?
They were resubmitted in the, I believe the January application on the cover sheet.
Oh, on the cover sheet of the revised plans.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the conditional use criteria of the ordinance, section 184-76.7, it incorporates section 184-170 of the heavy industrial district, modified by the data center provisions, development standards under section 171, but it also incorporates the industrial standards under section 184. You acknowledge that?
Correct.
So who on your team will testify regarding the following issues to demonstrate compliance? Air pollution, for example, from the diesel generators.
There's a separate consultant.
We have an emissions consultant.
Do you wish to identify that person?
Ms. Vasco Vargas.
Next issue be noise and vibration control. Who will be testifying with regard to that?
There,
If you know the answer.
I don't know.
Okay.
We've submitted the name of Noor Associates and a report that they prepared on vibration issues. We may supplement that with a different witness, but we've submitted that.
Will you, okay, so let me just, instead of asking who will be testifying, let me just ask you, will you have present testimony with regard to glare and heat control,
Yes.
Yes.
control of radioactivity and electrical disturbances?
Yes.
Fire and explosive hazards and emergency evacuation plan?
Yes.
Outdoor storage?
The witness needs to testify.
Yes, sorry.
If he doesn't know the answer.
Yes to all the previous questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought he was answering. Was that Ed answering?
Yeah.
Oh, Ed, thank you.
Yes, Ed was
Okay.
answering.
It's okay.
Clearly
I
Ed knows, and I take it as an offer of proof.
I just wanted someone from that side to indicate.
I understand.
Yeah. So we're going to hear about water service and electrical power, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Tabani's going to testify with regard to traffic,
Yes, sir.
and you have Woodland's testimony this evening from the landscape park.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Mr. Sesney.
I'll get it.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mr. Magnar. My name is Lauren Chesney here this evening for the school district.
How you doing?
Good to see you again. I had a couple of follow-up questions. At the June meeting, you were questioned by the board about your role in this project.
Yes, sir.
And I just had a couple of additional questions following up on the board's questions.
Sure.
You indicated that your role in the project was to prepare a site plan, the layout, and the design. Is that right?
Yes, that's the company, yes.
Right. And I believe your prior testimony is you're the project manager, so you oversee a team that handles the project. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're not a civil engineer, right?
No.
But you have one on your team?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were doing the site design, do you have, or does the developer or the owner of this project come to you with direction to provide for this project, provide me with 8 buildings on this site? Or do you have the discretion to determine how many buildings are on the site?
So we were provided, so the team kind of worked together, provided architectural footprints, more or less, of the buildings with a review of the zoning ordinance, environmental setbacks, wetland studies, surveys, everything that came together. And then we prepared a site layout in addition to not only my team, but the data consultant team prepared these, collaborated on preparing plans.
So the owner would come to you with the site. We have this many acres.
Yes.
And then your team would look at it to determine how many buildings you could fit, what the square footage of those buildings would be.
The square footage of the buildings themselves would be provided by the data center consultant. We would prepare a layout to be in accordance with the zoning and environmental setbacks and utility layouts, all the things that need to be considered when preparing a site plan.
Okay, so is you as the project manager or your team, do you have the discretion to say, we can only fit 7 buildings on this property?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you went through the information that was provided, it was your team's decision that 8 buildings could fit adequately on the site and comply with the ordinance?
My teams and the data center consultant, based on their design and infrastructure requirements.
So is it what is the timing there? Your team comes up with a plan and then it goes to the data consultant, or do they provide you the information first before you do the site plan?
The data center consultant, it's kind of a back and forth with iterations of the plan. So, but they would provide us with a footprint. And as I said, there's the footprint where all the equipment needs to go, access points for each of the buildings, and then based on the established setbacks, which was also a function of the building heights being in conformance with the ordinance. A lot of things went back and forth, and then as I said, we ultimately came up with a collaborative design on the campus.
Okay, so it was your team's determination that you could fit 8 buildings on this particular property?
Ultimately, as I said, between us and the rest of the project team being the other consultants.
And you indicated that determination is made in conjunction with a review of the zoning ordinance?
The zoning and other factors, as I said, such as environmental requirements, utility requirements, etc.
Okay. And is it a member of your team that reviews the zoning ordinance, or is that you? Who does that?
That's me and the members of my team.
Which members of your team? Your engineer, civil engineer?
Yes, sir.
Any other members?
We have I'm sorry, registered licensed surveyor, and civil engineer myself.
Okay, and with the, is it a part of your role in deciding the implementation or the development of the plan? I understand you filed additional applications now, and there may be different phasings proposed. Is that part of your role, or does that decision come from somebody else?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questions.
I'll allow it. Your objection noted.
I'm just trying to clarify his role, Mr. King.
Okay, but now we're talking about his role in not this application, but other applications. I'm not really sure. I agree his role is relevant, but I'm not sure everybody he's consulted with in order to put the plan together is relevant.
Well, we can remove the reference to the additional applications. Just about in terms of
Just keep
phasing.
your questioning for the record clear for this application, please.
That's no problem. With respect to your design of this property on this project, is it part of your role to make a decision on the phasing or the building of the project?
You make recommendations, the ultimate decisions on the developer.
Is the developer, is that what?
Yes, be the client.
He has the ultimate decision.
Correct.
But you have as a part of your role, you would make a recommendation on it.
Correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have this time.
Thank you. Next will be Ms. Rafaela on behalf of MCD2 and MCD9. Okay, Mr. Fogarty.
The gas line that currently goes across the property, has that been redesigned to be relocated?
We're currently in discussions with Energy Transfer partners to relocate that line, the alignment, and it has to go through their various channels and design criteria before the work can be done.
And the width, just for the record, the width of that line, or the width of the right of way for that line is how much?
I can't recall off the top of my head exactly what they want, but the right of way width, sorry, could vary depending on certain agreements with the gas company. For example, if it went underneath a roadway or cartway, you can have a developer's agreement where, okay, you can access that area and drive through it, but if there's a problem or something needs to be maintained, it would be at the developer's cost, or they would have to do the full restoration, just like any gas line going through private property.
But at this point, right here now, let me start with the route. Has the route been agreed upon?
Route? No, it is shown on the plan, but hasn't been, I wouldn't say it's finalized. That's up for final authorization by the gas company.
So it's still going back and forth in terms of whether that's going to be the route.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next would be Mr. Baleson on behalf of Evergreen Development Group. Mr. Baleson, anybody from Evergreen? Not seeing them. We'll move on to Miss Lauren Otero. Ms. Otero represents a number of party status individuals, and for the record, that would be Andrew Pasecki, Michelle Pasecki, Jack Klump, Dave Clemens, John Gerling, Jessica Schiller, Terry Author, Christy Jimbowski, and Jason Beechner.
Good evening, Mr. Magnata. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Are you able to hear me all right? Just very briefly, last time we spoke, it was the May hearing. And a lot of the questions that I submitted to you, you referenced that it would be for the data center consultant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who is this data center consultant?
The company's name is Foundage.
Foundage?
F-O-N-U-N-D. Digital, D-I-G-I-T-I-A-L.
And writing off Mr. Fury's previous questions, do you plan to present someone from Foundage here at the hearing?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know their name?
I'm not sure which representative will be testifying for them.
Well, who is it that you worked with from Foundage when developing these plans?
It's, Robert Bath is the principal I work with. There were a couple of designers on his team, but I can't recall their name at the moment.
Mr. Bath, he was at the Planning Commission hearing back in April, was he not?
I don't believe so. Was he? He was. Oh, he was.
Okay, and that's last name's Bath as in
Mr. Campbell, just let the witness.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. B-A-T-H.
That's Bravo Alpha Tango Hotel.
Yes.
Okay. So, also going along, there are questions from back in May about the utilities that need to be installed. So we had the gas line addressed. So those plans are incomplete at this point of where they will be moved to.
The routing is approximate as shown. As I mentioned, it's up for final approval by the gas company itself.
Energy transfer?
Yes, sir.
And are they running that through internal approval or is this through the state?
No, well, first goes through their internal development group and engineering group. They would acquire any permits on the pipeline requirements, and then the work itself, as far as the trenching, would be dovetailed into the site NPDES permit for disturbance and stormwater management.
So at what point, what phase are these permits? Actually, let me rephrase that. What's the status on that?
Currently under discussion.
Internally, or are they talking to government entities?
No, internal. They have to, right now it's more in their planning group as far as their recommendations on the siting, and then there has to be developers agreements put in place, most likely an escrow, and then they would go into the design phase. And at that point, I would imagine Energy Transfer be seeking permits once everything is final.
And what's the estimated timeline for when all those decisions will be made?
I'm not sure about that because that might be, it depends on the phase of the project. I can't put a date to that.
Are we talking several years?
Could be, yes.
Okay. And going back to back in May, I also asked you about the public wastewater. There was a letter from Aqua that we went through, was submitted as an exhibit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And on that letter, it did state there was quite a bit of infrastructure that needs to be built, correct?
Correct.
What's the status on that infrastructure?
So right now, what Pennsylvania American Water requires, under previous development, you would just submit your request for this is how much water or sewer water we're going to use or sewer we're going to discharge. And then they would provide you with a will serve letter and recommendations on what improvements will need to be made. Now, because of some of the data center projects coming up, they have what's called a large load user application where you have to provide significantly more detail on water consumption, wastewater discharge, et cetera. And then they send that process then goes through engineering. Right now, we're currently developing that and completing that large load application for submission to Pennsylvania American Water for them to provide the requirements and system upgrades that will be necessary to manage the facility.
Is this regulated by the Pennsylvania Utility Commission?
Is what objection is what regulated by the PUC?
The large, water utilities.
Pennsylvania American Water is regulated under a tariff with the PUC.
Okay, so yes, the PUC is the Pennsylvania Utility Commission.
Correct.
And you mentioned a tariff. A tariff is basically a set of parameters and rules that the PUC sets for utility companies, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Within the American Water tariff with the PUC, is there any requirement that this data center has to pay for the infrastructure costs for the wastewater?
I've never actually read the PUC agreement, or the tariff, but PWC has stated in their will serve letter and under discussions that the developer will be required to absorb the cost of all system upgrades, water and sewer that are directly related to this development.
Could you define system upgrades?
Those would be, system upgrades would be pipeline increases, pump stations, storage, any other infrastructure improvements that would be required to service this facility, but PAW's primary responsibility is to the ratepayers and to the all the residential and commercial services.
Let me pause you there. I understand you don't work for PA American Water and who they're obliged to. In that will serve letter, it said they needed to expand their wastewater treatment facility. Do you recall that?
Yes. Well, did it say that they need to, or they potentially would be required to?
In the will serve letter, it said they cannot take the proposed wastewater from this data center. Correct?
They take it, but they would require system upgrades to be able to do that.
That includes expanding the wastewater treatment facility?
It could, yes.
And will this, and who's paying for that expansion of the wastewater treatment facility?
That would be the developer.
Do you have that in writing?
No, until those infrastructure improvements can be finalized and quantified, that's at that point the developer would most likely have to put up a letter of credit or an escrow, whatever, to then also pay for those infrastructure improvements.
Okay, so at this point, there's no obligation from a state entity like the PUC or NCD7 to pay for this. Correct.
Well, the PUC wouldn't require that. The PUC
approves of the tariffs, correct?
PUC approves the tariffs, so Pennsylvania American Water would be the one who manages the infrastructure improvements. They just have to maintain compliance with the PUC tariff.
And the American Water is not obliged under its current tariff that you, the user, would have to pay for the expansion of infrastructure.
I'm going to object. I've let Ms. Otero go on this line. It's not relevant to the application. I mean, the internal workings of Pennsylvania of any utility company, we have to get approvals from those utility companies. We have to demonstrate that we can that they can provide the service that they can. The internal protocol at that utility is not a matter of the board's consideration. We provided a will serve letter. We understand our obligations, but I don't really understand where this is, how it's relevant, whether or not the utility decides that this improvement needs to be made or that improvement needs to be made, and for what reason and for what cost.
Your objections noted.
As it was, I'm wrapping up the line of questioning.
So I guess I can offer this. Under the tariff, PAW is, their rates are set for whatever the period of the tariff is, right? So they cannot require, so say the wastewater treatment plant needs to be upgraded. Well, if PAW absorbed all the costs to upgrade that wastewater treatment plant, those costs would have to get passed on to the ratepayers. They would have to go to the PUC to adjust their tariff. They're not going to do that. They have to maintain the tariff that they have. So the developer has to pay for all the infrastructure improvements so they do not violate the rates set in that tariff.
I think until we see that in writing, we'll just have to disagree on that.
Okay.
So.
And for the record, I don't know that it's not clear to me that for the purpose of a conditional use, whatever it is that Ms. Otero is asking about needs to be demonstrated as part of the conditional use application process.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, your objections noted. I believe Ms. Otero has finished her line of questioning. The records reflected your position.
I just have a handful of quick questions about PICO and the will serve letter as well.
I was not involved in the PICO process, aside from attending some coordination meetings.
I think with this line of questioning, I think you would know. The will serve letter, it's from late 2024, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And have you gotten any updated letter from PICO?
I have not seen one.
As far as you know, has PICO taken into consideration that there's another proposed hyperscale data center in this area?
How would this witness know what PICO has or hasn't considered? I object.
Your objection is sustained.
All right, no, nothing further.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our pro se party status individuals. As I call your name, please just let us know if you have questions, and if you don't, we'll move on to the next person. Kim Shank. And again, please just take a seat up where council is sitting. And as the attorneys were, you're generally limiting your questions. This is recross examination. So you're not asking the same questions that you already
I
have.
hope not. I'm gonna try.
Thank you.
I was comparing A7 and A4.
Ma'am, can you move the microphone? I just want
That's
people
okay.
who are
Can you hear
on
me?
YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I was comparing the A7 and A4 document map. And there were a lot of things that were missing on A4. And can you explain why? I can tell you what was missing. So on A4, we had existing sanitation, I guess is what SAN was, sewer to be diverted to prop wastewater pumping station. But that's missing now on the new document.
The pump station shown.
It was not in your CAD drop down to note it. It was not noted as if you were, if I compared both documents.
It's right. It's shown on the plan here across from the shelves.
Okay. Okay. And how about the data hall? Is that there? That was missing. And I don't even know what it is.
So that's an internal component of the buildings.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The data hall is an internal component of the building shown on this plan. This plan is not a detailed architectural layout of the buildings themselves.
I thought is this not the new plan that we're supposed to be working off of?
Is it? I'm not, I mean, it is, there's multiple variations of the plan, but would be, if you go on I believe there's the pedestrian circulation plan, it does call out different portions of the buildings for access, but this is was a 200 scale plan. So that detail is not shown on this layout.
And okay, so how am I supposed to know what our final plan is if they're not complete? I'm a little confused. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to object to the question.
Correct. So the applicant, as multiple party status individuals have been told, conditional use is fluid. The applicant has presented different versions of the plan. It's their burden to meet the criteria in conditional use, but there may be different variations of the plan. So try and confine your questions specifically to a plan.
But we were told that A7 was the new plan.
No, with all due respect, A7 was shown as an alternative when the issue was raised. If Possum Hollow Road was not relocated, could the site still be developed as a data center campus?
Correct. I think I just said that the applicant has presented variations of the plan.
So if it helps, the data hall you're referring to, or that you've seen before, is an internal component of the orange areas shown on that plan. And then the pink areas are the office facilities or office buildings that are tied to the data hall, and then you have utility yards in the back in gray.
How about the external yard generators and transformers? That was missing on the new one also.
That's shown in gray on this plan.
Okay. 3-yard municipal waste dumpster. Are we not going to have one of those?
That's shown on that pedestrian or internal circulation plan. Is I can't recall which sheet that is. It's probably 12 of 14 or somewhere in that range.
Again, there are multiple pages for the plans, and they may show there are multiple pages for the plans. So I believe, well, I'm not going to testify, but I'll let the witness refer to what.
Yeah. So if you go on the pedestrian circulation plan that's in the application, it shows where the waste disposal dumpster would be, or how you would get, if you parked your car, how you would get into the building as the emergency egress points, and the various various components of the building itself.
Okay. The airport transitional zone project limits intersection of Lake Cap and Evergreen Roads data center overlay.
So that would be on the cover sheet, and that's part of the zoning ordinance where there's a requirement from the intersection of Evergreen and Lake Cap. The data center had to be within that certain distance. If you go to the cover sheet, it shows the center point of that intersection and the radius of that for that set distance, and it shows that the buildings and the property are within that zone.
And how about the 10-foot wide gravel public trail?
That was that is not on this plan, because this plan should. So that plan, the gravel trail was part of the Longview Road adjustment, which went on the backside of this utility substation tied into here. This revised plan shows that, which purpose of this plan is to show that you can maintain the Possum Hollow Road and still develop the site, but that gravel pathway was eliminated since we were relocating Longview Road.
Portion of Possum Hollow Road to be abandoned.
So this plan shows that Possum Hollow Road is not.
Okay. 200. Okay. So the only thing I see on A7 then is that you added an access for the utility yard and for the Pico switch yard. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Is the design that you want to move Possum Hollow Road or you don't? What are your intentions?
So there's multiple layouts that would be up for, I guess, board consideration, depending on how the application plays out. This, as I mentioned, the purpose of this plan is an alternative layout to show that the site can be developed without relocating Possum Hollow Road, with more or less minimal impact to the full development.
What was the reason for changing it? Like for vacating Possum Hollow, not relocating? Why?
So, Mr. Magana may have answered that, but Mr. Maris spoke to that in some detail. And I think the appropriate person to speak.
So, Ms. Shank, Mr. Maris, the other one he is here tonight, and he will be back in the hot seat for you to ask whatever questions, as well as the other party status individuals.
Okay. And I think we covered we're not eliminating the road between buildings 7 and 8, right? That road will stay there, those roads?
Preferably they would stay there, but this option shows that they're not.
Can you explain what utility substation directly out to Saratoga means?
Up to Saratoga. The utility switch yard and utility substation, there's a connecting point to Saratoga Road. Is that the question?
Okay. I didn't know what it meant. I listened to it last time and I didn't understand it.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. So the main access point to the utility switching station and substation would be right off of Saratoga.
Awesome. So the admin building and the logistics building, I guess are the two non-data center buildings, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what will the height be of those buildings?
It's on a cover sheet, I believe they're 35 feet.
Okay. We increased the generators from 306 to 708, is that correct? And if so, can you explain why?
The generators will be discussed in detail by the data center consultant. I'm not aware of the reasoning behind the adjustment, the number of generators.
Will these generators have any HEPA filters or anything of that nature?
The data center consultant will speak to that.
What steps are in place for filtering runoff water? And
so stormwater will be managed under the site MPDS permit to reduce volume and rate going. So more or less the existing, when it rains, the water will be collected to detention basins or underground systems, various other stormwater management controls, and then those controls will only allow the current or reduced amount of volume, depending on the regulations, to go out to the stream. So, and the waterway.
will we have any gravel wetlands at all in this? Here?
You mean constructive wetland?
Or will there be any gravel wetlands at all?
I'm not.
I'm going to object. I don't know what's meant by the term gravel.
Neither is no, gravel wetland.
So normally for runoff, you would have plants and gravel wetlands to help with the runoff?
So you might be, are you talking about like an alternative of BMP or stormwater management controls?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sorry, I don't know all this technical.
No, that's understandable.
It's way over my head, trust me.
So those alternatives could be evaluated during the stormwater system design and the function of the MPDS permit.
So when you're building this and it rains and there's a lot of mud going all over the place, and then the trucks come in the next day and the mud's now dry, is that not going to make a big dust bubble all over the place?
So are you talking about during construction?
During construction, yeah.
So during construction, that's so there's erosion and sediment control plans that have to be in place. And those include not only provisions to keep dirt or mud flowing off site, but there's also, they may be required to do dust control during dry season. So essentially spraying water onto the ground to prevent dust. And then there's other, you have rock construction entrances. There's just big stones that are laid down during a rock entrance, so it'll pull mud off of the truck tires before it gets back onto the main roadways.
So there's going to be plans to take care of all that. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
How often will we be preparing any testing to make sure that we're staying in compliance with all everything? I mean, there's just so many different compliances going on. But will we have checkpoints where we'll continually test, or do you just put it up and then go?
So I'm going to object to the question because I'm not really sure what's being asked. The ordinance has provisions that require testing and standards, whether for a whole scope of things, and of course that ordinance can comply. So I'm not really sure what the question is.
Well, say sound, for instance.
Sure, and if I could just, to help everyone along,
Yeah.
again, there are different processes, and we're here for conditional use. So I would ask to try and focus in on those elements related to the conditional use ordinance. And I know there's a lot there with land development, and there's a lot of steps, but the applicant should be answering the questions related to conditional use. If you can try and narrow that down, and
so
witness, if you don't know the answer to a question, you can say that, or ask for them to rephrase the question.
Okay.
I think that's how I would ask.
Yep.
I guess my question was more towards the noise that we're concerned about. Like, do you build it and then you say, okay, the noise is in compliance and then that's it? Or are we going to continue to be testing year after year and make sure that we stay in compliance?
So I'm going to object on a couple of bases. One, again, you've got an ordinance which controls this, and two, we're going to have a noise expert testifying. It's not this. We'll have a noise consultant and acoustician testifying. It's not this witness's expertise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. So Mr. Shank, Ms. Shank, I apologize. If you could hear Mr. Campbell, he does have a witness that will be testifying at a later date that can speak specifically to those questions.
Okay.
And those are questions that are probably not best directed to Mr. Magnotta.
Okay. What are the height of the chillers? We haven't heard anything about how high they are.
That would be for the data center consultant. The building height is 85 feet.
And with is this the data center consultant too, the number of chillers on there?
Yes, ma'am.
And the height and the material and soundproofing, all that, the data center, right?
I don't want to mislead anybody. Some of those questions are appropriate as part of land development, and some are part of conditional use. But the data center consultant will speak and provide information about the chillers. I don't want to suggest that there are things that should be fleshed out in land development that we're going to be talking about.
So again, the applicant has the burden in conditional use of establishing that they meet the elements of conditional use, Limerick's ordinance, for both the data centers and general conditional use. So if you could direct those questions to the applicant related to those specific. And again, Mr. Campbell's mentioned there is another witness that will be testifying. Okay.
Yeah, I wish I understood what I'm supposed to do, but just tell me if I'm wrong, I guess.
Ask your question and we'll try and best direct you.
You talked about a fence. Is it around the entire property? Is it around certain areas of the property? And are these fences for soundproofing, and what kind?
So the fence that's shown on the plan, which is identified with a line and an X, and then longer line annex. It's all to the north of Mall Run and surrounding the campus, and that's more intended to be a security fence.
So is that like a metal fence or is that a stone fence?
It would be a metal fence.
A metal fence. So nothing to prevent sound from escape. Okay. So we won't have any soundproofing material or anything like that on that fence.
Not on that fence. Currently, that's not the plan.
Okay. And how high will that fence be?
I believe the requirement's 8 feet.
I would say that the fence height is something that would be a land development and or a building permit. Should not.
The noise decimals, is that? Can we go over that?
We're going to have a witness.
Yes, again.
Okay. So do we have any floodplain areas in there that?
Yes, ma'am. Floodplains are shown and water courses are shown in the light blue.
And will there be any steps offset for the floodplains, or how are we handling those?
So the blue areas show the water courses and their the required environmental the water course setbacks for the DEP regulation.
Okay. Emergency access. Do we have two of those? Is that correct? I understand that.
So we have, on this plan, there's 2 primary entrances, and then there's 2 emergency access points, egress points.
So when we were talking about that road that's not a road, would EMTs be able to get in there?
You're talking the roadway crossing
Right.
here?
Right.
So one of the primary reasons for that road would to be for emergency management to be able to cross and get from one section of the campus to the other for continuity and even kind of there's no mistake in if they go to this entrance and they can't get across and they have to wrap around to the other entrance to provide their services.
Is there anything in here that is going to prevent or mitigate a heat island from forming all over our properties?
I cannot answer.
Pardon me? Pardon me?
So I can't answer that question. That's outside my purview.
And who would be the best person to ask about risks, the risk assessment?
I don't know. Is there another consultant? It wouldn't be.
When you say risk assessment, can you clarify the question?
Just all the hazardous waste that can come off and what have you. What we're doing to mitigate all that risk.
Sure. So the data center consultant will talk about, among other things, the general operations of the facility.
I think that's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Shank.
you.
Thank you.
Kristen and Janelle Plauché.
No question.
No questions, thank you. Lindsay Murtha. Lindsay Murtha. Lindsay Murtha is not present. Michael Jones. I do not see that Michael Jones is present. Joanne Konchak. Thank you, Ms. Konchak. If you could just go back to the council table. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Just a couple questions.
Can you make sure the microphone's close to, I just want people on YouTube to be able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Magnato, you developed this site plan. Can you tell me what it will be used for?
The data center campus.
Okay, anything more specific, like what data?
Oh, I do not.
And can you tell me any benefits to our town by building this data center?
I believe there's a community benefit consultant that will be having a discussion or testify.
Okay, you previously stated you don't know the type of generator or chillers that will be used, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, I would object to the question. The specific type, model, make of generators and chillers, things that would come through in land development and in building permit processes, not in a conditional use. So no
Objection
objection to the question.
sustained. Again, what we're saying is this has to relate to conditional use and the specific brands. That's not an aspect of our conditional use ordinance. So it's something that the applicant will have to comply with eventually with land development and permitting from the township, just not for this particular aspect.
Okay, I just thought since it was on the plan, it might
Understood.
considered. So there's a fence around the utility switching station and the substation.
Yes, sir.
Why is there no fence around the building to the right of that? It's a utility, water, and or natural gas storage yard.
There's not a building there now. Once that infrastructure, whatever potential infrastructure could be there is established, then those provisions would be put in place. But right now, so the utility substation, PICO will own essentially that land. So it has to be meet their security measures. And then if there's whatever infrastructure might go here, then those security measures established as well.
Okay, and then you wouldn't know to answer about the overall the lights that will be put in.
No.
When you created the site plan, were you aware of any other changes or phases to be added to the property? Like it's just these buildings?
Yes, well, the limit of MCB7's ownership is the red line shown on these plans. So I don't believe there would be any other phasing that could be implemented.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Concha. Ms. Sasson, Leah Sasson. I do not see Ms. Sasson present. Marilyn Lynn. No question. Thank you. Stephen Bird. Mr. Bird. Again, I'll keep reminding people to keep the mic close to them so that the board and everybody in the audience as well as YouTube can hear. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Bird, Sanatoga. So when we wound up talking last time, and I'm horrible with names, so please, no offense if I say the project manager, the lawyer, or Mr. Maris. Please, I don't mean to say it in a rude, well, Mr. Maris, whatever. It's an easy enough name for me to remember. So I was squabbling with you in regards to required roadways. And then we kind of mixed it up a little bit. And then your lawyer decided to break out definitions. So what is the definition of required?
Required roadway?
No, just required.
Something that's necessary.
It's part of the full function. I'm trying to prove a subtle point here because I believe your language is nothing more than manipulative language to make it look like something that it is. And then you even use the preferred just a little bit ago, which is the thing I was trying to plug away at. So, sorry. Definition of required. it cut to the chase. It determines that something is needed for a particular purpose and is not optional. That's why I asked you, if you have a secondary plan, how are these roadways required? Would they not be preferred? And what I was plugging at was, if you're saying required, they're not. So are they required for building the process or building the data center?
They're required to maintain continuing flow through the building, through the campus, not only for general traffic movement, but for EMS and other control measures that will be necessary to operate the facility.
Then would that technically make them access drives, because they are maintaining the access and continuity throughout the site?
I don't think that's the.
What's that?
I don't agree.
At the very beginning of this process, when closed loop systems were asked about, did you ever testify that it was going to be a closed loop system?
Do not recall. I believe I deferred that to the data center consultant.
The additional vibration analysis, as requested in the Pannoni letter to be provided, what is the vibration that they're actually testing? Is it going to be the construction vibration? Like, what vibration are we talking about here?
That would be a different consultant. That's on.
Can you just tell me the group of the? I'm not asking for the particulars about the vibration. Just what is the vibration coming from? What is that letter going to refer to? Is it sound? Is it construction vibration? Is it? I don't know.
Again, Mr. Bird, it sounds as though these questions may be better directed to the noise expert. I mean, if Mr. Magnotta can answer, by all means.
I'm just asking for a basic classification of what we're talking about, not the particulars. So I don't feel it's necessary that an expert has to answer, unless he isn't sure what is required within the letter.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what the criteria is of the.
Thank you.
The person that will be offering that letter.
Thank you.
Criteria.
So on number 4 of the conditional use, the applicant demonstrate that an audible hum will not be perceptible beyond the boundary of the data center property. How is it exactly that you plan and intend on proving that?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of this, beyond the scope of redirect, beyond the scope of witnesses. Any of the witnesses direct, beyond it.
Your objection sustained. Mr. Bird, if you could move on.
As there, right now, that last one, I don't know if just the conditions, which I thought is what we need to talk about.
You can always ask your question
Okay.
and we'll take it from there.
I'm sorry. In condition number 6, the applicant provide. Yeah. I'm trying to make sure I'm not doubling up here. Yeah. The applicant provides sound studies of available existing data centers, which are equivalent to the design being proposed. Has that been done? If it has not been done, how soon before you believe you would have that information in?
So I'm going to object. I think the questioner is asking about conditions recommended by the Planning Commission in a review of the project, not conditions under the ordinance.
Could you clarify your question, Mr. Byrd, and if the witness can answer? He can answer. If
Sure.
not, he cannot answer.
There is an acoustical expert that will be providing testimony. I believe a report has been provided with the application.
This will. Yeah. I'm assuming that you have received an updated will serve letter from Pennsylvania America to reflect anticipated water usage more accurately.
We have not currently, as I stated before, we're going through the large load user application process.
I do have one question just in regards to the structure of this that confuses me. A will serve letter from Pennsylvania America to me indicates what the water supplier will supply to you to reflect anticipated water usage more accurately. So you tell them basically design off of the design, how much water it's going to require. You ask them, are you able to provide X amount of water for us? And then they return a letter saying yay or no.
Correct.
Okay.
And they also would provide recommendation or not requirements for infrastructure upgrades if necessary.
Roger that, to be able to meet whatever the proposed.
Yes.
Okay. Now, right underneath of that, applicant shall obtain approval capacity letter from Aqua. Is that a secondary water supplier, or is that all interconnected to the same thing?
So it was my understanding, I believe Aqua America was purchased by Pennsylvania American Law, so it's now all one utility.
So more or less, the stipulation in this list I'm reading, 11 and 12 are almost like a duplicate. Or so one of them technically isn't necessary anymore.
And again, for the record, I believe what's being read off are the conditions from the planning commission, not conditions under the ordinance.
Objections noted. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
The lawyer is absolutely correct. I will concede on that. But I don't have a list of what you're referencing, what I believe you are all looking for me to try to stay on point with. This is close.
Well, I would object. So Mr. Magnata is being offered for recross based on a supplemental plan that he submitted. So,
yes,
and that relates to
that's been established. But
I don't know, and I appreciate giving participants broad latitude. We're asking questions that have nothing to do with the relocation of Passamala Road, which is really the focus of why Mr. Magnata was offered.
Except everything I'm asking is actually on that principle. I know that this one alone has an alteration on it, but I've seen, I'm sorry.
I would ask you to move back towards the redirect.
I'm sorry.
So that's, no, please don't apologize. We're just trying to make sure that.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, just to clarify, there was at the time of the initial application, it was prior to the acquisition. So Aqua America and Pennsylvania American Water were two separate utility companies. One was for wastewater, one was for water. Yep.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I believe we are taking a 3-minute break.
Yep. 3-minute break.
I'm not part of the party. I'm not invited to the party. And then I'll have to read that. Well, not all.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get restarted. If we can take our seats.
If everyone could please take their seats so that we can get back on the record and move on. Thank you. Mike, can you put the microphone back on the table, or whoever took the mic? Thank you. We still have more party status, folks. We are moving forward. Gotcha. Not yet. Administrative thing, people on this side of the room, you are in close proximity to our court reporter. And sometimes if there's talking going on in the background, it's very, very difficult for Paula to catch the testimony from these witnesses along with the questions from across the room. So I would ask you to please be mindful of that. We need to create a record. Thank you. With that, our next pro se individual is Ali Sasek. Ms. Sasek? Sorry, I apologize. I should know.
Good evening. You hear me all right? No, a little closer would be good.
Maybe now.
More. Okay. All right. First, I do want to ask for our board or solicitor
that if people with party status can bring in a laptop bag as well, not just lawyers, because I know they got law degrees, but we have a lot of papers too. and things to carry.
I have to run it by our police because it's not those of us up here that have been making those calls.
Okay.
But your request is certainly noted.
Especially because, you know, we don't have pockets.
Understood, understood. It will be raised with.
Cool. Thank you, and thank you for coming back, Mr. Magnata. So I have several questions about Possum Hollow, but also about the revised letter from the revised updated submission. So a couple of them. I'm first curious about how the history of this project and those parcels was relayed to you as you understood it.
I believe Attorney Maris will be talking about that.
So with regards to some of the supplements, so the IPAC application, the community impact analysis, you were a part of those parts, correct?
We did the IPAC request and verification. The remaining studies were by various other consultants.
Okay, so we don't need to go into the history of it. I will ask Mr. Maris. I'm very excited to hear his story. So did you give any of the information about this site? So was it all the data that we have in the application that you gave to both EH Creatives and for the IPAC application?
So for that application, they ask for the site plan, if I recall correctly, site plan narrative, and they call it an AOI, area of interest. And you put that on the plan, provide that to them on their website. They come back to you with certain requests, additional information regarding the property, and then you get the clearances from them or request for additional studies.
Because there's a couple ways that it was answered on the IPAC application that I'm wondering if you're going to resubmit that. Because with the revised plan that was submitted in January 2026, there are some different questions here. So for instance, I'm looking at the version. This was in the original application and also in the revised application. So this is from the United States Department of Interior. And this was from 29 October 2025. In it, number 7, will the proposed project involve demolition, rehabilitation, property evaluation or elevation, renovation, and or rebuilding of one or more existing buildings, e.g. residential, commercial, and industrial buildings or utilities? The answer was no. Do you know how many buildings are currently on those parcels?
No, there it goes. I object to the question. This is beyond the scope of redirect. This is recross.
Ms. Sasek, if you could try and refine your question, then move on.
Okay, so based off of the application and questions as they were answered, I'm wondering, since you gave a revised copy of the application in January, are you also going to resubmit some of these applications?
Resubmit some of what applications where? I object to the question. I don't understand it. I don't know how it relates to the redirect.
Let me finish talking then. So the IPAC one, that's at least 2 questions that are incorrect. So one, there are buildings on there, and I don't think you're planning on keeping that farmhouse across from the nuclear power plant. So that would change that answer. And I don't know if this is for you. I thought it would be Mr. Magnata, since he talked about it in the revised letter.
Right. So the IPAC sometimes will carry a certain time frame, and typically we'll do the initial screening, and then may have to resubmit prior to. We always submit prior to preliminary land development, because every now and then certain like habitats have changed, like a couple of years ago, the long background introduced. So, and you don't get necessarily grandfathered in under those species. So yes, it probably will be recent.
That was the one application. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Magnata.
Mhm.
Then the other, which was searching on these from the Game Commission, the Department of Conservation Natural Resources, and so on. I'm wondering, did you get a response from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service since this was sent in, I think this was also October 2025?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
So if that's going to be coming in, I'd be interested in seeing what the answer from the department is. Because specifically questions 1, which is and this is something we talked about with the water. So this is, which of the following closest describes the proposed project? Question 1. The proposed project will be connected to and entirely serviced by an existing off-site water delivery and supply line, e.g. operated by a municipality or water company. And that seems like that's in contrast to what you've been saying, that the closed loop water system would be.
Well, any water servicing the property would be coming from the domestic public system. So you're talking, so that requirement is, or what that statement is saying is that it's pretty much an either or. Is it, are you using well water or are you using domestic water system? But when you refer to closed loop, that would be the cooling system specific to the building itself.
And then it's like, okay. And then I have a question about the community impact analysis. Would that be questions towards you, or I believe you said there's a community benefit consultant coming in?
Yeah, they're a separate consultant we talking about.
Is that for them? So in the February 14th of the most recent spate of exhibits, the February 14th letter to John Inazi. So a lot of the exhibits that were mentioned there, but they weren't the conceptual plans. Is there a reason those aren't there? Are those relating to the new proposals for 2605 and 2606?
I'm not, can't recall off the top of my head who Mr. Inazi.
So for the record, I included those letters, that letter in particular, in anticipation of follow-up questions from Mr. Maris regarding the relocation of Possum Hollow Road.
Okay, for the record, Mr. Campbell did provide to the party status individuals a number of exhibits. I believe that's what Ms. Sasek is referring to. So again, this witness has not testified, but Ms. Sasek, Mr. Maris is sitting right there and will be up next.
This is a question for another. So Mr. Magnata, I think this may be for you, maybe it's the data center consultant, but can you confirm that buildings 7 and 8 conform to ordinance 431 of the location between a road and a stream? What?
Ordinance 431.
Yes.
Which one is that?
I did not bring that one up.
So I think 431 is the ordinance, the data center ordinance itself, which has been codified in 184.
Is there an objection again, Mr.
No, I'm
Campbell,
just trying to clarify things.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I just think. Sure.
Thank you so much.
So you asked if this plan conforms with this ordinance?
Specifically, buildings 7 and 8 in terms of the location of where they are with all the waterways and either with Possum Hollow relocation or even without it, because it'd still be between the roads.
Talking about Possum Hollow Road? So Possum Hollow, in this option, Possum Hollow Road is not being adjusted.
Right, but in any case, that's 7 and 8, correct? That would be between a waterway and a road. Or if it's light cap is the arterial road.
Yeah.
So are you saying it conforms to the current data center ordinance, building 7 and 8?
Yes.
Sounded very confident, sir.
Oh, yes, they do. Is that referring to the DCE? I don't know. It meets all the setback standards and the requirements from the zone.
The community benefits consultant you said is coming in. They weren't the ones who did the analysis, correct?
Objection, what analysis?
The community impact analysis.
Yes, there's a separate consultant that will be speaking to that.
I'll leave those questions for that person. And then I went to, there is something in your letter that I did want to ask you about. For Possum Hollow Road, yes, we saw the petition to vacate. What is the road, what is it about Saratoga Road? Is there still in the plan a portion of Saratoga Road that will be vacated?
Yes, ma'am. Well, that it'll be realigned, not necessarily vacant.
But the entirety of Saratoga Road in any version of this plan will remain a public road, correct? Open for public to use.
Correct.
In every one of the proposed alternative layouts.
Yes, Saratoga Road is a state highway. So yes, it has to stay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I'm excited to hear about the history from Mr. Maris. Thank you for your time, Mr. Magna.
Thank you.
Stephen and Nina Drauschak. I'm not seeing them present. Tangerine and Michael Back. Tangerine and Michael Back. I'm not seeing them present. Josh and Eileen Mangle. I'm not seeing them present. With that, I would open it up to questions from the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, Ms. Scholler, do you have any questions? Ms. Irwin?
None.
Mr. Maroney?
I just have a question of clarity. I was under the assumption this new 14 of 14 was provided because I had questions about it affecting waterways and steep slope. Apparently that's not correct.
This plan was prepared to identify that Possum Hollow Road could be maintained along with and maintain the project as laid out.
So was that as a secondary to the waterways and steep slopes now that you won't be affecting them?
Yes, there's a couple different options that are that have been presented to the board.
Okay, is this the current sketch that we're working on now? Will we see something different? I'm just curious, because we're talking about things and when I first asked it, that was my assumption when this came back was it was addressing my waterways concern, which I'm cool with. You've addressed it. But then when you mentioned in other questions, you were saying, no, this was provided for Possum Hollow. So,
Right, so,
so it could be, so it has a dual purpose here. To provide the showing that we're addressing the waterways and to provide that we can work it with Possum Hollow. Is that correct?
yes, well, so there's multiple iterations in front of the board for consideration when it comes to.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Mr. Ford, can I understand the concerns you have about the waterway were the two crossings over the two?
Yeah, you addressed it with this new sketch.
Yeah,
So what I'm saying is just for my clarity, that each time someone brings a question, and then you may come with another sketch to address that question. But this may not be the final by the end of this hearing, correct?
Sure, depending on the conditions that the board might impose, that might affect the plan that would be approved. But you're right. This plan shows two things. This shows an alternative without the crossings, parallel to light cap between buildings 7 and 8. And it also shows a development of a data center without the relocation of Possum Hollow Road.
Okay. Let's see. Just trying to find my questions that I have the result from this right now, and not the other experts.
May I ask a question while you're looking?
Sure.
I just, thank you for being here. To go through this again. I think it's basically have a question is, what elements shown on the conditional use plan are fixed for the purposes of this approval and which can change during land development? I think it's an important classification for us to get through.
Right, so as we go through, right now this is the zonings for the use, right? So until we get into the more detailed plans, grading, utility requirements, stormwater management, impacts, for example, you do our infiltration testing and there's other stormwater management infrastructure that's required and may alter the plan. Like not significantly, but it may provide like, I don't know, building to be tweaked or whatever. So there may be some adjustments that occur between zoning and preliminary plan.
Could the number or the type or the height change during materially during land development?
I can't answer that question now because
I think I can answer and essentially agree that to the extent that there would be a change on the plan as it relates to land development, it would not be material. The number of buildings don't change. Size or orientation of a building might change, but I think no material increase would be. I think if we came in with a land development plan that showed much bigger or more buildings, it would not be consistent with this conditional use. If we showed buildings that were much higher than what's shown here, it would not be consistent with the conditional use plan. I think those general zoning parameters in terms of bulk and area requirements are generally what you're going to see.
Okay. Did that give you time?
Yeah. So these electrical ducts, will you be placing them under the waterways?
Yes.
Like this is the term, I guess, pushing it through, like the pipeline, they'll just push it through. Well, upward pipeline, same thing.
Most likely they would be a trench excavation and they're concrete encased duct banks.
Okay, so will they be changing the flow pattern while that's being done, or will they just leave as is and go underneath?
So it would probably be kind of like, say, like a half width construction. They would put a cofferdam in, dig half the stream, lay the duct bank, replace their regrade it, put a cofferdam, like flip it, and then trench the rest of the way. But in the end, that stream cross-section, that original cross-section would be reestablished. But there may be additional requirements once you go through the permitting process with you.
Okay. The other question I have is getting back to the school board attorney's question about who determines the number of buildings. Now, you had stated that it fits the property, then we've designed it, but my question is, how do you determine if it fits the property based on the need for all that space? Does that mean we're looking to like have different people using different buildings or one user?
That I don't know. That's just based on, we were provided two architectural designs and fit them in there based on all the requirements that we had.
Are we allowed to know who the user is going to be?
I can speak to that. So I can represent the board that numerous users have reached out and contacted my client and are evaluating the site even as we speak. And it's not uncommon, like in any development situation, for a landowner or developer to come in front of a municipality like this with the proposed development, regardless of what the use is. And when you get through zoning, and then you work in closer conjunction with a particular end user. So there are multiple end users who have interest in this site. And if we're fortunate enough to get through conditional use, we'll be partnering with one of them and move forward.
So are we allowed to hear who you're speaking with?
No.
Is there a reason?
Yes.
Can you provide that reason?
Because it's confidential.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this question is I'd like to determine if these people that are coming in were good neighbors where they're currently at. And at this point, I can't research those folks without you providing that. So I'm still wondering why it's being considered confidential. Is there something they wish to not disclose by not providing their names?
We're not at liberty to disclose those people who have reached out to us, period.
Okay.
Can I ask another while you're
Go ahead.
Okay. When we met in June, I had asked you about the hydrogeological study, and you had testified that you weren't aware that one had been performed yet. Do you know if one has been commissioned or completed?
No, I'm not aware.
Are you able to provide us the signed PSA with PICO?
I don't know what you mean when you say something.
Well, I wanted to see that there's an agreement that the developer's paying for the infrastructure that's being provided for the transformer.
I understand. Under the ordinance, we're required to provide a will serve letter, which we've done. And when we have a supplement from them, we'll provide that as well.
Okay, so the will serve letter is different than that. The construction is going to be paid for by you.
The will serve letter speaks to some of that, right?
So are you saying that we should talk about that during land development?
I'm saying it's not a requirement for conditional use.
All right, no questions. I have more I'll say for the data center expert or conditional use or for the land development process.
Okay. I have a final question. When we spoke in June, you testified that your highest ranking design factor was to accommodate the number of buildings that your client wished to construct on the property. When I'd asked you, how did you come about this plan? What were the driving factors of it? And you had testified that it was the number of buildings that your client had wanted. Can you identify every design decision that was made specifically to reduce the impacts on the nearest occupied residents?
So there's a requirement for, I believe, a 400-foot setback between existing residential use and the building itself. That was accommodated for. There's
do you mind like showing me
Oh,
on there?
yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My
Thank you.
apologies.
Yeah.
So,
You're doing so good with everyone else, pointing
know.
to everything.
so yeah, so if you see these yellow circles on this plan, there's two, mentions in the, I believe it in the acoustical, section of the ordinance, for a 400-foot setback. But then there could be a 200-foot setback if the variation in the acoustical report deems it okay. But so on this plan itself, it does show in the yellow clouds, it will be that's that 400-foot setback from each of the building, and then there's an interior line on that that shows the 200-foot setback. And the way this clouded area was created was we would take a corner of the building nearest the property line. We created a 400-foot radius circle and carried it all the way across for each of those buildings to come up with that shaded area.
Okay, and were any design alternatives rejected because they would have reduced the number or size of the buildings?
Not that I'm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just interject, I think if the question was what design elements are there to manage or mitigate against residential uses, the witness spoke to one. That's not suggest that there's only one.
I was going to say, Mr. Campbell, can you please let the witness testify?
But yeah, making an argument is that I think I would ask the board to keep an open mind about other elements that are going to be discussed, which also mitigate the impact on residential use.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Yeah. I just wanted to know when he was doing this, what he was thinking of at the time when he was designing this layout. His initial testimony to me was that it was the number of sizes of the buildings that the client had wanted. And then my follow-up question was, what impacts did you take into consideration for the residents that were occupying there? So if that's one, great. If it's several, that's fine. That was
it would be the dimensional standards identified.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the board?
No more questions.
No more questions.
All right, Mr. Campbell, you want to make Mr. Maris available? Do you have more questions for redirect?
No, I'm going to reserve the right, if necessary, to call Mr. Magnotta again, but I have no redirect for him to call.
Okay, so we can move on to Mr. Maris.
Yes, please.
Who, as I believe, finished his direct, or do you have more direct?
No, I have no more direct to Mr. Maris. We're making him available for cross. I remind Mr. Maris that he remains under oath from the prior hearing.
Okay, we'll start at the top. And again, you are still sworn, Mr. Maris. Mr. Fury. There's a question. Yes. No, and right, and again, the transcript will be available. I would suggest you go by the transcript and YouTube as well, right? Mr. Fury, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Solicitor Dicer, members of the board, I discussed with township staff Mr. Maris's testimony regarding the history of the properties and the road relocation issues. We have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Mr. Chesney.
I have no questions.
Mr. Fogarty.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Maris.
Good evening, Mr. Fogarty.
You're familiar with the property at the upper left-hand corner of the drawing that's up on the screen, correct? It's 14 of 14.
This parcel here?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I'm going to call that the MD2 property, if that's okay with you.
MCD2?
MCD2. Thank you. Before, generally speaking, before this plan was developed, did you come to be familiar with the uses of the adjacent properties to this tract?
Yes,
Okay. Did you also come to be familiar with the zoning districts that apply to the parcels that are adjacent to this tract?
I remember reviewing them. I don't know them exactly sitting here, but I did review them.
Okay, understood. And with respect to the MCD2 parcel, did you come to be aware that that property, it has among its permitted uses, residential development?
It is my understanding that there was a proposed apartment plan along with a commercial strip center, but that was still in the same zoning district. It was not a residential zoning district.
Right, but under the zoning for that district, the residential apartment units are a permitted use, correct?
Yes, they are, as my understanding, my recollection is that a apartment use would be a permitted use in the entire zoning district. That covers that parcel. I believe covers part of the property as well.
Okay, and although it may be obvious just for the record, when we're talking about an apartment use, that's a residential use, correct?
I do not disagree.
Okay, and so that property is a property in which residential zoning is allowed as we sit here today, correct?
I would disagree. It allows a residential use. It doesn't mean it's residentially zoned.
Well, okay. Under the zoning ordinance provisions applicable to that property allow a residential apartment use as a permitted use, correct?
That is my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, when you made that, did you make that determination when you were doing your assessment of the perimeter of this tract? In other words, more specifically, did you take into consideration when going with this design that parcel had a permitted residential apartment use?
I don't understand what you mean by did I consider. The plans were online at the township. There was a pending application at that time that had a number of uses. The project had sat dormant for a period of time. The ordinance that's in effect for the overlay relates to setbacks from existing residential uses and structures, not proposed, not contemplated. So it was acknowledged that there was a proposed apartment use because it was on the township's website, but that was not what the ordinance requires, Mr. Fogarty.
Well, are you familiar with section 184-76.7? It's titled Data Center Standards.
Hold on, let me.
And if you have a copy of it, that would be even better.
I'm trying to find 184, what section?
Mr. Morris, can you please speak into your microphone?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
184-76.7.
One moment.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, I reviewed the section.
Okay, and it's kind of long, so I'm going to direct you to a specific subsection.
Sure.
If the title to that is Data Center Standards, correct?
To 184-76.7, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And subsection B is titled Conditional Use Requirements, correct?
Correct.
And these would be all the requirements that would have to be complied with to meet the applicant's burden with respect to the application that's before this board, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go down to subsection capital B and then parentheses 6, close parentheses. You see that?
I do.
You see where it starts saying dimensional standards shall be in accordance with?
Yes.
You see subsection B that talks about building setbacks.
Yes.
You see underneath B, so now we're at section 184-76.7, capital B, subsection 6, subsection small b. You with me?
I'm with you.
Okay. Subsection 1 underneath that. I'm going to stop there. That's the last one. You see the one I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. And a few minutes ago, we heard from Mr. Magnotta, I think in a questioning from one of the board members about a 400-foot area that I think he said was the basis for the yellow areas that are on 14 of 14 that's up on the screen. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he talked about figuring out those yellow areas by taking, I think he said this, you'll correct me if your memory is different, by taking 400 feet from the corners of occupied residential units, correct?
Of existing occupied residential units, yes.
Exactly, good point, because that's under subsection 6B1, there are 2 references to the 400 feet, correct?
Are you saying the residential district language?
Well, there are 2. There's one is the quote, existing occupied residential uses. You see that?
Yes.
And the other alternative is the setbacks for buildings, minimum loading, truck parking, and truck idling setbacks have to be 400 feet from a residential district, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And I think we agreed 10 minutes ago that the MCD2 property is in a district that allows a residential apartment use on its property, correct?
That's where I disagree with you, Mr. Fogarty. The language has a residential district. This is not a residential district. This is the district which permits a residential use.
Okay, just so it's
It's not
clear,
winking at you.
just so it's clear to the board members who may not have that language in front of them, where it says a residential district, the letter R on residential is not capitalized, is it? It's a
No.
lowercase r.
Correct.
Correct? And this zoning ordinance and almost all others, when they're talking about a residential district, there is typically a capital R, one or more capital R, depending on the density of the district, correct?
I would disagree with that. The word district isn't capitalized either. You're, in my opinion, and I wasn't offered as an expert before, but as a zoning lawyer, I would interpret a residential district that was a defined term in the ordinance. That was capitalized. The fact that there's a residential use permitted in a district doesn't make that a residential district. If you classify it as an industrial or light industrial district, and your ordinance enumerates certain residential districts specifically, it does not include, in this case, this zoning district in the residential district definitions. So I would disagree with you, and I would disagree that all ordinances are written that way. In my experience.
But let's see what if we can agree on one more thing, and I'll move on to another point. The drawings that were prepared, at least with respect to the MCD2 property, did not provide for that 400-foot setback, correct? As it relates to that property.
Without seeing where the proposed apartment use is located on MCD2, I can't answer that sitting here, but I don't know if that was considered or not fully.
Okay.
I would also note that at that time, Mr. Fogarty, the property was placed under agreement with another user who was proposing a standalone data center development there. So there was never any indication, in fact, that that other project would go forward.
I'm lost. I thought you told us earlier there's a plan pending within the township right now for a residential apartment. You gotta let me finish my question. Okay, I thought you told me earlier that there's a plan pending right now for a residential apartment building on that property.
There's a mixed use plan pending, but your client had entered into an agreement with another developer to sell the property to that developer who intended to
use it for a data center use. So there was clearly not unanimity or an understanding that that property would necessarily ultimately be developed as a residential, any part of it would be a residential use. You may not be aware of that.
Sir, my question was a simpler one. There's still a residential plan pending before this township.
I've said that, but you asked me the things that were considered as well earlier. And I recall as I'm sitting here that your client entered into an agreement of sale with a third-party buyer who may not have followed that same plan. As a matter of fact, contacted us about purchasing the property to flip it to them to add it into the data center development. So when you're asking the things that were considered, those were all things that were considered. But the fact is there is no residential. There's a residential use that is proposed in one plan, but there is not a residential district. That is the fact.
Okay, but it's a permitted residential use, so we're clear.
Correct. I agree.
Okay, thank you. A couple of follow-ups on other points. Has there been an updated sound study done? I know there was a preliminary one done. Has it been updated?
For this plan, I don't believe there's been another update to this. I believe the ordinance requires one as part of the conditional use, one at the start of construction, and then during construction, there's other metrics to be followed. I don't think there was one that was, I could be wrong, but I don't believe another one was done.
Yeah, I think in the Pannoni letter, you may recall there was a reference to a preliminary study, but there were comments requesting an additional study. Are you telling us that hasn't been done yet?
I believe, and perhaps Mr. Campbell would be better because he's been the one coordinating that fact. I believe there may have been supplemental responses to that, but I don't think there's been a fully updated study, the next level of study required under the ordinance.
Okay, has there been a vibration study done, which was requested in one of the township's memos in accordance with the zoning provisions?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I recall.
Okay, to be more specific, a vibration control study.
So
Has that been done?
If I could just interject, we've identified a witness who will testify as to vibration and will supplement the record with his report.
I take it that means it hasn't been provided yet. All I'm concerned about is getting it sufficiently in advance so I can have experts here just on sound and vibration because of where my client's property is adjacent to this one, on two sides of which there are data center buildings.
I would suggest that you speak to Mr. Campbell about that and just coordinate delivery of
Perhaps
that.
you could coordinate witnesses with Mr. Campbell.
Okay,
As for any of the other attorneys.
Okay. There was a document that was provided as a potential exhibit for tonight. I think it was just referred to a short while ago, which were some letters submitting the petition for the street vacation. Are you familiar with those?
I am.
And I believe with those letters, there was a copy of a petition to vacate the roads. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And am I correct that that formal signed petition has been submitted to the township?
I believe it was previously submitted, yes.
Okay, and it's presently at this point pending within the township. Is that correct or am I wrong?
I'm not aware of the township taking action on it either way. So.
Okay. Have you seen there's a draft proposed ordinance? I think it's part of that same exhibit. And I don't know that there was a number attached to it. So I don't have a number reference for it. But it attached to the petition is a draft of an ordinance. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay. And has on behalf of the developer, or I should say on behalf of the applicant, are you agreeable to the application of all the contingencies and conditions that are set forth in that proposed ordinance?
I'm going to object to the question. We submitted that application in 2025, and that's going to be subject to a completely different procedure. It may be that the township requests other changes than what we proposed, in which case we would be required to accept different conditions. So we proposed and submitted a petition. We provided an evergreen extension on that application. but the conditions associated with that are going to be subject to a completely different proceeding.
Well, all right, well, let me ask this question. Who drafted the ordinance that was submitted with that petition? Are you telling me the applicant did?
Mr. Campbell drafted it.
It's required, I mean, the law requires road vacation pursuant to an ordinance. That's why we drafted an ordinance.
Understood. So the answer to my question from a few minutes ago, is the applicant agreeable to all of the conditions of vacation that are in section 4, Roman numeral 4 of that proposed ordinance? The answer to that question would be yes, right? The applicant drafted.
Can you please let the witness answer, Mr. Campbell?
These are legal questions, not factual questions.
I'm sorry, no.
If he doesn't know the answer, he doesn't have to answer.
Did you agree to all, did the applicant agree to all the conditions that are in the petition to vacate, which the applicant submitted to the township as a proposed ordinance? Did you agree to those?
So there would not have been a need to agree to them yet because it was an initial draft. If you recall, Mr. Fogarty, the township had previously requested of the Tornettas that they agreed to construct the Longview Road extension. The Tornettas asked us to promise that if that township still wanted that we would commit to that with whatever form that would take. In the process of doing that, the township was then concerned that the roadway would ultimately need to be built if whether or not the data center development was built. So what you're witnessing or reviewing is a draft document. It was a proposal, but the township had not fully come back with all of their conditions yet and fully negotiated. That's why it hasn't moved forward. So to say that that document, that was a proposal of proposed conditions, but if the township changed something, that could change another condition. So it may not be the same document ultimately that would be agreed to.
Let me put on the record my objection. My objection is the question is my client agreeing to certain conditions, right? And agreeing to conditions is a legal, has legal effect, right? And yes, when we submitted that, we agreed to all those conditions. If in the end, the conditional use process or the land development process requires changes to those conditions, I don't want someone to say, gotcha, you said at a conditional use hearing that you were agreeing to all the conditions in the petition that you submitted 18 months ago, right? That's my objection. My objection is the question is sort of setting up a legal conundrum, which I reject. That's my objection.
I don't want to sit here and argue over this. My question is a simple one, and apparently the answer is he can't tell us tonight whether he agreed to those things or not.
No, that's not the question.
That is the question.
Can I rule on the objection at this point before going back and forth? I'm going to sustain the objection and ask Mr. Fogarty to move on. I do believe that the witness answered.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bielson, Daniel Bielson for Evergreen Development, still not here. Okay, Ms. Otero. And I won't go through your list. It's already in the record of the party members you represent.
Before I get started, I just want to ask the board, how are we on time?
Okay, we're going to take a break at 9:30 and reevaluate where we are, if we're at a good stopping point for the night, or if we're going on. Mr. Campbell may have one more witness, but.
So, Dean, I know I'm going to go past 15 minutes that I have right now. If I can propose maybe if a pro se participant, just to be more efficient, maybe if they want to come and then I can start at the top of the next meeting, just so I have an uninterrupted cross.
Okay, upon speaking with the board, that seems very reasonable.
Whoa. I object. You're talking about ending Mr. Maris's cross and bringing him back a third night for additional cross. I object to that. If we have a soft close at 9:30.
No, that's not what we were saying.
I thought that's what Ms. Otero asked.
No, it wasn't.
No, she's saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're going to reevaluate at 9:30.
That's fine.
Breaking point in 15 minutes. Ms. Otero will take more than 15 minutes.
That's
Perhaps there are a couple pro se people that we could.
If we're here tonight, that's fine. I thought Ms. Otero was asking us to return at another occasion to finish process. I don't want to do that.
Let me just clarify. So I can step down right now. Some pro se participants can do their cross. And what time is the board thinking of going tonight? Like how long?
Well, I think it would be prudent to take another break as you did the last meeting with council and the party status and reevaluate where we are if we can keep going on.
Okay. I can say that my cross will take some time. I don't want to eat up any more time. And so since Mr. Mars has been at every single proceeding, both planning commission and the board of supervisors, I figured he is available to come at the next hearing as well. And I can start from the top and do my cross uninterrupted.
And that's exactly what I object to.
Okay, we'll reevaluate with the board.
I was not at the planning commission meeting, and I may have a conflict. I may have a conflict.
I really find that irrelevant. We're seeing where we are in front of the board tonight.
The August 18th. So for a different hearing.
Okay.
I'll look at that.
Again, this is appropriate scheduling wise off the record. At this point, we'll start calling a couple pro se and then take a break and I'll discuss with the board.
Thank you.
Ms. Shank.
Just for the record, I'm going to excuse Mari, the landscape architect.
Okay.
Mr. Barris, hi, how are you?
Good.
Can you describe what a project principal actually means related to this project?
Generally speaking, I interact with the lawyer, the project engineer, and help as an attorney, also locally in this area, and being a land use attorney. I coordinate some of the aspects of the development activity as part of the team.
So you're not an owner?
I'm not an owner. I'm a part of the ownership group, but I'm not the owner.
No. Are you the only principal in this project?
No.
How many are there?
I'm going to object, and how is that relevant?
Can you please repeat the question?
How many principals are there in this project?
And I object.
Okay, your objection is overall answer.
So the only reason I know who the partners are is because of other than what's publicly available, is because of my role initially as an attorney. So I'm not sure I can adequately disclose every partner for that reason.
You can't answer your question.
Oh, okay. How many people are in your company?
In MCD 7 doesn't have any employees. So other than the principals, which I just said I can't identify.
How many companies have you talked with about operating data centers?
As Mr. Campbell said, there's been multiple conversations with multiple users and development companies for this project. I don't know the exact number, but it's multiple.
Okay. You shared that you joined the project back in November, December 2023, and then again through 2024, and then continuing through today. Can you name the board members you spoke to in 2023?
Board members of what board?
Were they different board members or who you spoke with?
Well, companies have boards, users have boards, and the township has a board. So I just want to know which board you're asking me about.
Good question. I don't know.
Well, now we're even.
I'm assuming. So when you talk about the project, do you present it to this board, or do you talk with other board members in the township? Correct. Who were you speaking with?
So a lot of the conversations start with staff and professionals. So those were, in terms of discussions, I believe that's where most of the conversation started. There were discussions, and obviously there was the board then enacted an ordinance, but there wasn't any one particular supervisor or board member that was discussed. And there was never a discussion outside of staff, which sometimes board members attend and sometimes they don't.
Okay. Can you provide the dates of those meetings that you had?
Not sitting here off the top of my head, no.
You could send them in the next email. That would be fine if you wouldn't mind.
I can try to look back to a calendar and see. I may have them, I may not.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to who you met with during which dates.
The only meetings that I ever attended would have been with staff, and so there's a standing, like most townships, there's a staff meeting that's a regular meeting. If there was anything discussed, it would have been at that meeting or at a public meeting with the planning commission or with the board of supervisors. Those were the only meetings.
Okay. I think that's all. Thank you.
Next is Kristen and Janelle Plache. Lindsay Murtha. Mr. Jones was not here, but I'll ask again. Michael Jones. Joanne Konchak.
I just have a couple questions. Mr. Maris, you know, we all live in Limerick Township. Where do you live?
Objection, not relevant, inappropriate.
You could move on to your line of questioning and try and keep it to cross-examining him about what he testified to the last time he was here.
Okay. Did you assist in the creation of the data center ordinance that was passed in 2024 for Limerick?
I don't know how that question possibly advances or relates to the applicant's ability to demonstrate compliance to conditions.
I just wondered if you, or did you see that ordinance once it was written in 2024?
Same objection.
I'll allow it, but then after he answers that question, if he's able to answer it, can you please move on again, trying to keep it limited to what he talked about the last time he was here on June 16th.
I did see it after it was drafted.
Do you see this data center as helping our community?
Objection.
What's the basis of your objection?
It's beyond the scope, not even close to the scope of the redirect.
So again, and I'll just say to all the party status folks and the attorneys as well, redirect and cross-examination. This is cross-examination from his direct testimony, meaning he testified on June 16th when Mr. Campbell called him as a witness. The questions that you need to be asking him tonight are related to that.
Okay, then.
So we've given a lot of leeway,
yeah.
But
yeah. Nothing else then.
Leah Sisson, she was not here earlier, but she's still not here. Marilyn Lynn.
No questions, but the names of Marlon.
Marlon, I'm sorry.
You said Maryland?
Marlon.
Nice names again.
Mr. Bird. Ms. Sassick?
Am I still gonna be able to go?
Yes, we're not going to, you're not losing your turn. Do we have any of the party status people that are reasonably concise, they believe? If not, we can just discuss. Yes, we'll take our break now. This is a good breaking point, and we'll start off at the top with Ms. Otero.
sorry, what was that? Oh, yeah, we're continuing tonight. We are just taking the comfort break that we said was coming at 9:30. We're just taking it a couple minutes early.
Right.
So we have 10 minutes. So we will reconvene, 9:40. Take your stretch.
Okay. I just wanted to ask because like.
Check out our gates. You'll find the gates.
Thanks again.
Hey, you remember me? Doing well. How's the campaign going? You're always out. You're out there.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
I got a very nasty piece for you.
Yes. Just one?
Just one.
There's two.
I only saw one.
There's a lot of missing.
Well, it's something that you need to get out in front of.
It's ridiculous what they're saying. It's just a smear campaign. It's so terrible.
Well, right, exactly. That's what they do.
Yep.
That's what they do.
Lies and quite honestly, I have to say that I'm just flabbergasted. Just because I get something that everybody seems to. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, why would you be
I'm not
surprised?
sure that they're but I am like, I just want to get to a place where we can stop this kind of nonsense because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
I guess I'm a little surprised that it's starting to sell.
yeah, it's the same data that we're seeing shows that we need to do something to move the numbers. Sorry. Oh yeah, yeah. All good. So,
All right.
yeah.
Hang in there.
I will. I appreciate it.
And stay involved here.
Hold fast.
This will be a strong area. I don't know how many strong areas you're going to have. But I don't even know where your district goes. Next door.
2 miles is the go.
You're a neighbor. Hello, Tom.
How are you?
How are you? That's why
All right, it's about 9:40. If you could take your seats so that we could continue on.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you took my seat. That's okay.
Okay.
I really got to go.
Okay. All right, I think we're about ready to go. Okay. Understood. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Sasek?
We have 5 to 10 minutes. Do you want to wait?
She can keep going. It doesn't mean you have to stop after 5 to 10 minutes. We're just gonna keep rolling through this rather than have an additional pause.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't see Mr. Bird, so. Yes, yes, you absolutely can have your computer. And again, I'm gonna say what I said before the break. Please try and limit your questions to what he was direct examined on. The rules for cross-examination are to cross him on those questions.
Okay, good evening again. So, Mr. Maris, can you share a bit about the history of the parcel as you know it? Parcels. As far back as you know.
I mean, I know it was once proposed to be a casino, and then it was subdivided off. The property was proposed several times at different industrial uses and designs, and then it was proposed as a data center. And again, that's the main MCD 7 parcel. The other parcels that were previously owned by Providence Partners were proposed as residential townhouse developments. And that's where most of the Pico stuff is located now.
And those ones are Providence properties, correct?
Providence Partners are partners. I think it might be Providence Properties.
It might have been both. Seems like it reiterates itself. So those ones were owned by the Tornettas, correct? And that was the handshake deal between those parcels and Possum Hollow Road with the township. That's what you said last time.
Well, the transaction wasn't a handshake deal. The commitment about the roadway, the closing of Possum Hollow and the construction of Longview was a commitment that Tornettas had expressed, and they asked if we would honor the prior commitment they had made because of their longstanding relationship with the township.
That is the agreement that I was referring to. Thank you for clarifying that. Did you know anything about, before it was a casino, the property that NCD 7 owns? If you were a part of the project in 2023, correct? When it was called CB Limerick, or Limerick Logistics Center?
I think that the end of 23 was about the time we became involved. The project was brought to me as a proposed industrial center.
Do you remember the 2305 project? Is that the one that you're referring to?
I don't know what 2305 means.
That's the Limerick Logistics Center, where warehouses along the river there, or the road.
I'd have to see the plan to know which one we looked at.
Do you want to see it?
Sure.
All right, well, while that's happening, did you ever walk on the site?
Yes.
Or walk on the parcel along off of Sanford Road?
Yes.
The old mansion was, did you see the house?
I'm sorry, which house?
Hood Mansion?
Yes.
Did you ever go inside the mausoleum?
No.
Ms. Sasek, I'm just going to ask how this relates to the conditional use as well as how it relates to cross-examination.
Well, if there's still human remains there, I'm wondering if you knew about it, because if Mr. Maris knew the history, I'm wondering if you shared the history with the new associates at MCT 7.
No objection. Objection.
Objection to what?
Questions about the history of the property have nothing to do with the elements that need to be established for conditional use.
Your objection sustained. Ms. Sasek, please move on.
Might take a couple different studies of what's needed on that land. But I was mostly curious, Mr. Maris, if you had known anything and shared it with the newer associates, since you have the history there. So when you're talking about the agreement to have Possum Hollow, their agreement that was made, which I think one of the other status members was asking before, but who was a part of that conversation? How long was it going on?
From memory, I think the Tornettas were approached in June or July of 2024. The transaction closed, I think, in August of 24. So it wasn't that long. Mr. Campbell was involved, other attorneys were involved. It was mostly done through lawyers.
Okay, so I was going to ask you to point out, where the sites were that you remember, but if that's not considered relevant for this case, for this hearing, it probably should be. Guess that's it for my questions for you, Mr. Maris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Otero, are your exhibits ready? I should ask Tim. Tim? Was that a? Okay, thank you, Glenn.
Zatara, which one do you want up first?
So I just want to predicate my line of questioning on, this is all about finding a good neighbor, as was previously mentioned, and what kind of neighbor MCD 7 will be. And as the nexus to the ordinance connected to 184-43A and D, I'll also point out that cross-examination is being limited to the content of direct, but if we're using the rules of evidence here, 611B permits credibility, and that is what this line of questioning is going to. And I do recall being told that when crossing a police officer from this township, that the judge said credibility is always relevant. So I will start. Mr. Mars, so there are several business entities involved with this site proposal, right? And I didn't bring up those exhibits yet, but there are several entities associated with this proposed site.
And are you saying in the aggregate? There are different entities that own different parcels. There are still separate tax parcels. Yes.
Yes. And you mentioned that your role with MCD 7 is you're a project principal.
Correct.
Is that through Pinnacle Realty Development Company?
No, it is not.
With who?
It's me in my role as an individual.
As an individual, but you said you're a part owner.
Correct. An individual can be a member or a partner or have a contract role with the company. It has nothing to do with Pinnacle and it has nothing to do with any other company that I'm related to.
Okay. So you are the sole owner of MCD 7 and all of them?
I'm going to object.
I said no to that before.
It's contradicting to his previous testimony. I'm just trying to get clarification.
It is not contradicting. And I resent the fact that you're talking about somehow impugning credibility on this. I've never said that I was the only owner and I never said that I was the only principal.
That was previous testimony. I'm just trying to clarify what I heard and what you're saying right now. It's pretty standard fare when doing cross-examination.
In a conditional use, I never had this.
Let me object.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thanks.
I'll hear from you.
Thanks. None of this is relevant to the elements for conditional use, period. It's offensive, it's inappropriate, and it shouldn't be permitted.
Credibility is always at issue.
Sure, credibility is at issue. By doing what? By asking who my client's partners and fellow principals are? By asking where they live? That's offensive. It's inappropriate. It shouldn't be permitted.
Your objection is sustained, Mr. Otero. Please move on.
May I ask the board to reconsider that? Because credibility is not offensive. It is the right of this board and this community to know who it is that is putting this application in. Are they reliable? Are they a firm and trustworthy business? Will they be a good neighbor? That is the line of questioning.
I renew my objection. Credibility as to a witness's testimony or a witness's credibility might be relevant, but this line of questions are simply inappropriate. There's no measure or test in a conditional use application for the nature or the quality or the characteristics of a developer. That's inappropriate.
Firmly disagree with that. I think this community has the right to know who is putting this application in, and the board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. Please ask her next question.
So on this conditional use application, the one dated January 15, 2026, it's Township Exhibit 2. I'm just going to reference that there are several entities listed on page 6 and page 10. I'm just going to list them off in front of me and just agree or not if these are the correct entities. So there's a 308 Evergreen LLC, is that correct?
I have the application in front of me.
I will provide you a copy and be right and refresh your memory.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna ask me something about it, I need a copy of it. This is a document prepared by AJ Magnato on Labella Engineering letterhead. I didn't prepare this document, so you're not refreshing my recollection of Sotero.
You've dealt with that document.
I have not.
You have not dealt with this document at all.
I didn't prepare that document. I didn't review that document. I believe Mr. Campbell and Mr. Magnato.
Okay, so then it's Exhibit T2 in front of you, page 10. There are entities listed on there. Now I'm going to read through and just please confirm that they're the ones that are on the different parcels on this proposed site. There's 308 Evergreen LLC, correct?
That is an entity, yes.
And Possum Hollow Holdings LLC, correct?
That is an entity, yes.
MCD7 PP Mez.
I don't see MCD7 PP Mez. I see MCD7 PP property owner. There's 4 MCD7 property owners and 1 MCD7 LLC. I'm just having forms.
And so how are you affiliated with these LLCs?
Which LLC?
All of them.
I'm the project principal for all the projects.
Okay.
And I'm a, I guess for lack of a better word, a member to MCD7 LLC.
And not just only MCD7 LLC, not to the others?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware if these businesses are all registered in Pennsylvania?
I did not register them, so I would not be.
Okay. So now I'm going to bring up what's on the screen. This is a business entity search done through the Pennsylvania Department of State. There's 4 pages. I'm going to mark them as R1. Is there any way to make that bigger one? So are you familiar with this website? It's Pennsylvania's Department of State Business Search.
I'm going to object as to the relevance of any of this information.
Yeah, Ms. Otero, I agree, credibility can be raised as an issue, but I fail to see how this is relevant to conditional use or credibility.
As I said at the beginning, this line of questioning is leading up to both the issue of credibility and then the nexus as to, I mentioned the ordinances 184-43A and D. And those two have to do with A, impact on neighboring properties, and D, any significant hazard to public health and safety. This, I think, is very important for the community to know who this business is that's applying. We asked about a good neighbor. Who are they? So it has both an ordinance nexus and it also goes to credibility of the applicant.
With all due respect, I object. It doesn't go to any of those things.
Your objections sustained. Move on, Ms. Otero.
What I'm going to do is pull up, could you go to, So I can, just for clarification with the board, I cannot ask anything about the applicant.
Depends what you're asking. I mean, how is it relevant? Tie it in closer to credibility or to,
Okay.
you know,
All right.
ask your question and then can we.
Well, Mr. Morris, I have the business entity search here, and there are 4 pages, one for each entity. I was just going to ask you to verify that you recognize these entities, where they are registered to.
I object. If the question, if the attempt is to discredit or undermine the credibility of a witness, that might be relevant. This appears to be something very different than that. How is whether or not my client or this particular witness knows about a Pennsylvania Department of State registration? How is that relevant to this witness's credibility?
If I'm able to even ask a line of questioning because I've been disrupted with every question, how can I get my point across?
You can ask your questions, but he certainly can object and we'll take his objections as they come.
So, I mean, may I continue?
Yes, you can continue.
So, Mr. Morris, I'm going to go through these business entity searches, and can you confirm that those are the correct entities that are associated with this proposed site? I have 308 Evergreen LLC.
So that entity appears on the application for LaBelle. So
The next page I have on the screen is Possum Hollow Holdings LLC. Is that correct?
that name also appears on the application.
Okay. Next page shows a light medium blue. It's MCD7 PP Mez LLC.
That name does not appear on the application.
And the next one, it's MCD7 PP Property Owner LLC.
That name does appear on the application.
And all these organizations, their registered address is on there as Campbell Rocco Law Firm, correct?
That's what the screenshots say, yes.
Okay. Which is normal practice, right, to register at a law firm?
For some people, yes. For some people, no.
Okay. And in the gray box on the right-hand side, are you able to see where the principal address is?
Yes.
Okay. And does it read 670 Myrtle Ave, Suite 447, Brooklyn, New York?
It does.
Okay. Now, have you been to this address before?
Unless I was a letter, I would have no reason to be at that address. It's a mailing address.
No, my objection to this line of questions.
Yes, Ms. Otero, move on. Again, this, I still fail to see how this is relevant for establishing or not establishing credibility or related to conditional use.
So could you go to Street View? So Mr. Morris, I'm just trying to understand, if you are a project principal and you don't know the entities that are registered with the parcel properties, what is your relationship to it?
Object to the question. It's not, well, first of all, it's not what he said. He's identified the entities that are identified on the application. He said he's a project principal for the developer. I don't understand the question. I don't understand its relevance.
You can ask your question. I think it's already been asked and answered on page 62 of the previous transcript. But
okay. So this site here, do you recognize it at all?
You have an address for that property?
Yeah.
That's for that street.
Up there in the white box in the top left-hand corner, there is an address typed in. Are you able to see that?
Is it 670 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
As I said, unless I was a letter, I'd have no reason to be there.
Okay.
It's a mailing address.
Okay. Well, then can I ask you to go back to the business entity search? And for this, I'm going to ask that be admitted as R2.
No, my objection to the admission, there's no relevance to these documents.
So we're back to the business entity search. On the gray box on the right-hand side, who is the registered governor of these entities?
That document says Heskel Rock.
Chesco Brock?
It would be pronounced Heskel. Yes,
So you know Mr. Brock?
I do.
Okay. And what's his role in all these businesses?
Objection. This is completely irrelevant. It has no bearing on conditional use or relevance.
Again, Ms. Sotera, please establish the connection between either credibility or conditional use, or is tied in with what Mr. Maris testified to on the 16th of June. Because we've allowed a lot of leeway outside, there's been land development. I see no connection to any of those things.
Okay. If I may have a moment. My concern, Mr. Mara, is that these corporations, they are built up and they have no assets connected to them, correct?
Objection. It's not relevant. And the assets that those companies have and their wherewithal is not relevant. It's not appropriate to be discussed in public.
Objection sustained.
So my concern then is if there is an accident that happens at this site, whether it's during construction or whether when the data center may be up in operations, such as a fire or an explosion. Let's just do just a hypothetical here. So if there is some sort of accident, my clients who live within 400 feet, there's damage to their property or damage, they endure injury. Would you say that the regular route would be they could sue NCD7 for any damages?
I'm going to object to that hypothetical question. It's completely irrelevant to the standards that this board has to consider in reviewing conditional use application.
Objection sustained.
If NCD7 causes any damages to properties and they are entities with no assets behind them, how are my clients supposed to get any sort of awarded cash or remedy?
Same objection.
Objection sustained.
So I'm going to go back to when you testified in June. You mentioned that you had discussions with PICO regarding the proposed data center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that there's nothing in writing on who's going to pay for the infrastructure there.
I didn't say that.
And what did you say?
I don't think I said anything about it. But the law and the tariff and the PUC and PICO's requirements is every large load user must enter into an agreement after the completion of the necessary studies by both them and PGM for transmission system upgrades and transmission security. That's required.
PICO tariffs do not require customers to pay for infrastructure at this point, do they?
PICO is requiring every large load customer that they discuss, and it's disclosed to you up front, that you will be responsible for 10 years of transmission security posted as a form of a letter of credit. And you are responsible as there's no construction cost, but the transmission security covers those anticipated construction costs over a 10-year period. And it's usually in the form of a 10-year letter of credit, which doesn't start to burn off until they construct their facilities.
So transmission, what did you mention it as? A transmission security?
Transmission security is required by every public utility right now in Pennsylvania that relates to any large load customer. It's not just data centers. So if you were going to put a Ford plant here and they were to take a large load and require infrastructure upgrades, you would have to enter into one of their capacity agreements with them. And then that PSA, power service agreement, ESA, CSA would all have financial security that has to be posted in order for you to be able to access that power.
Mr. Morris, at the June hearing, you testified that you would help pay for the infrastructure. And then when asked if there was anything in writing about it, you said no.
There isn't a final document yet. That's been disclosed to everybody what has to be done.
So Now, going also to your discussions with PICO, you mentioned that PICO conducted preliminary study of available power.
That is correct.
Okay. And when was the study done?
I believe the study was commissioned in April of 2024, and an HVIFS high voltage and interconnection feasibility study was completed in the June or July timeframe of 2024, which showed that I believe that's in the documents in the record, 750 megawatts could be supplied to the site.
Is the study written down anywhere?
PICO issued a 2-page letter that I believe was submitted.
So they did a study and it was just a 2-page letter?
You have to ask PICO what their process is. That was the initial HVIFS study, yes.
And you have a copy of the letter, that's all?
All PICO issues as part of the HVIFS process is a 1 or 2, I think it's 2-page letter that explains at a high level known issues, if they have identified them, and the ability to service the load at a certain level. That's all that and off of a certain line. So whether it's the 500 lines or the 230 lines, depending on what your request is. And that's what that June study or that June HVIFS report shows.
And was the study or letter submitted with the application to the township board or the township?
I believe it was.
Are you referring to the letter of availability from PICO?
You'd have to show me what's the date of unless it was in the letter I'm talking about would have been in that June, July, August timeframe of 2020. Is it there?
So did this letter then take into account the possibility of multiple hyperscale data centers in this area?
You'd have to ask PICO that question, what they evaluated.
So it wasn't in the letter?
I don't recall every word of the letter, but PICO looked at their transmission grid at that time and then issued their letter. What their process is and how they study it, that's a PICO question.
Now you also mentioned the feasibility study. This was the high voltage interconnection feasibility study that PICO did this, correct?
Correct.
And PICO assured you that it could supply at least 750 megawatts to this facility.
PICO did not assure anything. PICO said that based on a preliminary study, they could service, given the known quantities at that time, 750 megawatts. And then you have to go into detailed engineering and design and everything else that runs part of PICO's process.
So that's not an assurance, even though they said that they could serve you 750 megawatts.
The law in Pennsylvania is if a utility promises you they can service you 5 megawatts or 750 megawatts, if there's a public need for them not to service that, they have a right not to service it. I'm not aware of any utility in Pennsylvania that would guarantee you all of its power. So for example, if there was a reason, let's say a power generation source went offline and they could not service that load, they have no obligation to service that load because they have an obligation to protect the public. That is their first interest. So their process is designed to ensure that there's no harm to neighboring distribution grids, because again, this is coming off the transmission grid.
Can I pause you there, Mr. Norris?
Sure.
So if, yes, large load users, they are not assured, top of the food chain, that if the power is needed by other customers, like say hospitals, that the power will go to them first. Is that more or less what you're getting at here?
Right, so there's never an assurance.
So being that this data center has to make money by constantly running, when PICO takes that power away, how will you power it?
The only choice is to throttle down. You have to curtail back your demand. If there isn't enough power to run a server rack, as I understand it, it would be like plugging too many outlets, too many appliances into an outlet of your home. At some point, you can't, if there's a 10th light on there, the 10th light doesn't work and takes everything out. So
let me pause you there.
If your question, Mr. Terry, is the plan that the generators on site are for backup purposes only? That is, it is not for primary generation. If if Pico says we're not servicing? That's your question.
What I'm saying is those generators, when is it an emergency for you?
When the transmission grid, and I believe the ordinance talks about when there's a transmission grid outage.
And what
So
is considered an outage? Is it when the power grid goes out or when Pico takes away power?
Pico taking, well, depends on why Pico took away power. So an outage would be, let's say that 500 line, which runs from, I believe, Peach Bottom all the way to Salem County, New Jersey in some fashion. That line would have to, both lines, because there's two circuits, would have to go down. I can assure you that happened. There's much bigger problems than the data center running backup generators. This entire region would be without power. Those are the main transmission lines that serve every distribution feed. So you're talking about a near cataclysmic event probably. And I believe, I could be off on this, I believe Pico
Mr.
says that they
Morris.
expect outages once every 12 to 15 years in those lines, other than scheduled.
Mr. Morris, this is getting far afield.
No, you asked me the question of what my understanding is.
Well,
So
here's what I would like to know. All right. What assurances that MCDC will only use those generators for an emergency use as defined by statute?
they're only proposed as backup generators. So that's what they're there for. We've already stipulated, I think we've said that they're not there for primary generation.
And
They're not there to
makes the
supplement the
decision
grid.
to initiate the emergency generators? Who would make the decision to turn them on or off?
If that 500 line went down, then that would be the trigger to turn those on. I don't think there's a decision. I think that line would have to go with, that primary line would have to go without power, and that line has a redundant circuit. So for that, if not just one line goes down, both lines have to go down.
That is all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. I believe that leaves us with Mr. Berg.
Hello, Ted.
Hello. Took your jacket off and rolled up your sleeves.
Well, I mean, you don't have a tie on, so why wouldn't I get a little? So going off of,
Can you please speak into the mic? Thank you.
kind of branching a little bit on what was just touched on. Is it appropriate to ask you where you went to law school? Is it appropriate to ask you where you went to law school?
He can certainly answer that, but I'll say I don't believe Mr. Maris was offered as an expert, so really his background and credentials that you could ask.
This deals with him acting as the lawyer for the principal. And this is gonna all tie together in a moment. It's, you can decide not to tell me where you went to law school at school.
I went to Widener University School.
Thank you. Simple question, simple answer. So within your studies at law school, I'm assuming, because there was a section within ethics, moral standard, the responsibilities to the community, acting as a lawyer within bar codes and ethics. That's a correct assumption?
Yes, and those obligations are ongoing. Every lawyer.
Yes, it's an ever-reaching bar that you're trying to strive to and maintain and not lower.
Correct.
So in that lot.
And Mr. Byrd, I'm just going to say the same thing I've said to the other party status people, including the attorneys. You need to keep it limited to cross-examination on what he's testified to, the conditional use application that's here before you. And if you go a little outside that, we've given a lot of leeway, but try and direct it to that.
I'm trying to touch on the quality of character point and laying strictly on that for the moment, and then tie in a little more with company and all that. So I had written down some of the basic tenets one would think if you're in the ethics, balancing the interest to your client, but also staying within the boundaries of.
And again, just to save you a little bit of time, you'll have your opportunity at the end to make your argument, and you'll be able to submit legal argument and oral argument. Now it's time for questions.
Roger. So when this process started and it wound up becoming a limited light industrial building, and then with the proposed warehouse on it, you wound up looking at local ordinances and codes and wound up making the decision that a data center could potentially be built. Correct?
I don't understand the question.
When the process started up and you wound up coming in, there was, I believe, a proposed warehouse for the building or for this site, the Boyd track.
That is correct.
And then when you wound up getting involved with this Boyd track warehouse, you looked at zoning codes and then came to the determination that an AI data center would be applicable in the site. Is that a correct assumption?
No, because no one's ever said this is an AI data center, first of all. So I think you're conflating a bunch of different concepts there. And it wasn't because we looked at an ordinance only. That wasn't the only consideration.
I'm working somewhat slowly through this. What I am leading to is what you stated last time at the last month, which is the way that I interpreted. You had come with the idea that I think we can build a data center, whatever ordinances you looked at, but be able to place a building data center within the confines of this warehouse zoning ordinances or whatever the metric is. And then you stated that you brought that consideration to the township and was advised, I couldn't even try to find the exact wording, but it would be the property owner's right, something along those lines, to be able to build as such.
I don't remember testifying to any of that in that fashion.
And then you went on to state how then after you got.
Mr. Byrd, if you're referring to the witness's testimony at the last, would it help to have a transcript?
I would be slow in finding it. It would certainly help, but
what's the punchline? I mean, if we can tell me what we're trying to get to, maybe we can try to help you get there.
Right. I believe on page 66 of the June 16th transcript, which is the direct exam of Mr. Morris, he is asked what steps were taken to determine. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you are?
I believe so. You want to conferring with the township if there was any.
You have my transcript. Yes. Okay. So Mr. Campbell has a copy on his computer of the notes of testimony, just to help all the parties. So we're on the.
I also want to know, I'm not trying to be clever and catching words here, like trying to.
No one's accusing that.
Oh, no. I just want to offer that
help you out.
More for the opposing table. I'm a simple man and I just speak simply. So, what was the,
I said an approach was made to the township and it was determined that the use would be by right in that zoning district. And I think there's a letter to that effect issued by the township.
and then at that point you decided to then go purchasing up properties. And I believe you also stated that you spent $100,000 on some study. I'm not sure what the exact studies were done, but you said $100,000.
Correct.
Okay. Is the people that you conferred with to go with that process and led you to believe that you would be able to progress with that on that property? Are they active members within the township at the present moment, and particularly sitting in the room?
I object to the question. It's not relevant to the condition itself.
Objection sustained, Mr. Byrd.
When you wound up saying that I'm horrible with names, obviously. So it was brought up earlier that you saw a list of recommendations or code laws. You were able to witness them. Sorry. With your zoning experience and this building being a warehouse or classified as a warehouse, how is it that you came to believe that putting in a heavy industrial biometric building in a light industrial zone, and you, well, I'll stop there. In my opinion, building as it's designed and put together would classify at the maximum end of a heavy industrial zoning building.
Again, Mr. Byrd, please ask questions.
I'm asking how he got to believing or assuming that putting in a, my opinion, heavy industrial rated building of a data center within a warehouse that is labeled as a limited light industrial.
No, my objection. I mean, I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know how it's relevant.
Your objection sustained. That means, Mr. Byrd, please ask questions that are related to conditional use. The elements that the applicant is here, he has to establish that he meets the criteria of. Ask questions. Again, we've given leeway on what he testified to before or something specific to the project, the layout of Possum Hollow, or really it's the 10 pages that he testified to on June the 16th. Yes.
So just to clarify that on several of the plans, it does say AI data center. So that's a pretty impact one.
Okay. No.
So I wound up looking in this is my disagreement with the zoning approach with him. So like, I'm going to yield. I don't even know how to engage. You guys ain't allowing anything. So. You're welcome, Tony.
I do want to note I am honored. He knows my first name and last name.
Are there any other pro se individuals? I know Tangerine and Michael Back were not here before. Josh and Eileen Mangle, are you present? No. Is there anybody pro se that I missed? I know we went out of a little bit of order. Yeah.
Sorry, you're gonna need a microphone.
May I please ask one follow-up question from Ms. Otero's questions?
Do you want redirect?
Well, I think you're still on cross.
Cross. Go ahead.
It depends on what the question is.
Just with regard to the application, the applicant is noted as MCD 7 LLC, which is also one of the record owners of one of the parcels. It's reflected as equitable owner. Just a clarification from Mr. Maris and Mr. Campbell. MCD 7 LLC has agreements of sale with the other property owners to purchase the property.
The answer is, the short answer is yes.
Okay, that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board.
Ms. Schuler. Ms. Irwin.
No questions.
Mr. Maroney.
Yes, one for clarification. When you said 750 megawatts from Pico, is that they can handle it? They can handle that much?
The HVIF has studies show that they could supply with system upgrades, including some of those upgrades you saw there on the screen. Switching yard and a substation, they could supply that load to this project. My understanding is that they intended to upsize that substation as part of it for regional development. So that would be beyond what the applicant was required to pay for. That may change. That's in their discretion.
All right, the only question I have is, the generation, is it coming from Constellation? Now, we got to remember that within the last few years, they separated. So Pico and Constellation are separate entities. So did you get something from Constellation that says they could provide 750 megawatts?
So, as I understand it, if you think of electricity like water, so that 500 line isn't only supplied by Constellation Limerick generating stations, supplied by Peach Bottom, Hope. There's a backbone system that's run by that 500. So all the electricity is mixed. Some of it comes from the Conowingo Dam. So there's a lot. I think this segment is the Limerick Conowingo segment of the line. So not all the power just comes from Constellation. There is no request for Pico, nor could they grant it for a behind the meter connection, which you may be familiar with, which would be a direct connection to Constellation. That was not part of this application. So just like if you have 7 wells in the PA American system and all the water blends in together, all the electricity blends in together. So that generation capacity is, for lack of a better word, fluid, as I understand it. I'm no electrical engineer, but it's not just designated from one source.
Okay, now it brings the other questions. All those units that you advised as are owned by Constellation?
That I don't know.
Those generation portions are owned by them. It's not just nuclear, they own those others. So are they able to, so I guess they're able to provide enough from those sources for the 750 megawatts? I mean, have they documented they could do that for you without?
Remember, Pico has to go to the PJM in order to secure power. The PJM governs 13 states with, they're the grid operator. So that ultimately has to be passed through the PJM process, and a supplemental reference number is provided for that approval. So Pico does their study in their territory, and then it's kicked up to the PJM. The PJM then does their aspect of the study, as I understand it. So it's not just, and then everything you look at, transmission security, generation capacity. So all that stuff is considered in those studies beyond the HVIFS.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions at this time, but I'm going to ask to reserve the right to recall you as a witness if I have additional.
I will happily, and if I'm not here, then Mr. Campbell will let me know and I'll make sure I'm at the next one.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Campbell, do you have redirect?
Not tonight.
Not tonight?
Well, I reserve the right to
Of
ring Mr.
course.
Maris if necessary, but no.
So at this point, it's my understanding that you don't have any more witnesses
No, but-
tonight.
Correct. My witness had a 4-hour drive.
Understood. So I might suggest this might be a reasonable stopping point for tonight's hearing. And then I would suggest a motion to continue the hearing until August the 18th at 6:30 p.m. here at the building, 646 West Ridge Pike. And again, this will not be re-advertised as we've done the last couple of times because we're announcing it here. MPC doesn't require us to re-advertise.
Do I have a motion to adjourn for tonight to reconvene in August?
Anything housekeeping before the board?
Not before the board. I think it might be productive if the participants and counsel for the township hung around, we could talk about scheduling and other options.
Okay.
I don't have to say anything about that?
So moved.
All right, thank you, Linda. So I have a motion. Do I have a first or a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Thank you.
Yes, and party